This meeting to order, and we're going to rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance. And David, would you lead us, please?
I certainly am honored to. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will join me in pledging allegiance to our great republic. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, Lauren, roll call.
President Cordell,
Yes.
Director Cordichado,
Here.
Director Kaczynski,
Here.
Director Rotorua,
Here.
Vice President St. Amant.
Present.
Okay, the posting of the agenda.
The agenda for today's special board meeting workshop was posted on Friday, July 17th, 2020.
2020. Any conflict of interest? None?
None.
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 Okay. Public questions and comments. This portion of the meeting is reserved for for persons desiring to address the board on any matter not on the agenda and over which the board has jurisdiction. However, no action may be taken by the board of directors on any item not appearing on the agenda. Non-agenda speakers are asked to limit their presentation to 5 minutes. Public questions and comments on items listed on the agenda will be accepted at any time the item is brought forth for consideration by the board. When you are recognized by the chairperson, please state your name and address for the record. This is a board workshop. This meeting is a planning session for the Indian Wells Valley Water District Board of Directors. Let's see here.
Well, while we're waiting for the public to chime in, I'd like to thank the city for allowing us to use their council chambers. This is really nice.
Yes, it is. The Water District staff to discuss, consider, and prioritize present and or future operations and projects for the year, which may also include but not limited to matters relating to finances, management, and those items listed below. The intent of the meeting is to set forth a plan and a schedule to keep all of us on track. The goal is to have the agreed upon projects assigned to the appropriate committee with an assigned chairperson. Thank you. 20 seconds. Okay, we're going to go to item A, number 1. I'm going to have Director Kaczynski briefly explain the difference between what got voted in and what they're trying to vote in as far as pumping fees and augmented water.
Director Cordell, I really appreciate this because I think there still is a lot of confusion out there. As many people I've spoken to, there's many who don't understand. What people need to understand is that the fee that was recently approved by the GA is what I'm calling the pumping fee, and it's also known as the extraction fee. That fee was put in place to complete paying for the creation of the plan. There are still outstanding bills that need to be paid in creation of the plan, and there are additional things that have been started. So that particular fee that went into effect, and I want to say this, originally it was $225 per acre foot. I think the staff, from direction from the board, worked pretty hard. We got it down to $105, and an agreement during the approval of that particular fee was that the staff will continue to look at areas that we may be able to remove from that particular cost item, which would bring down the length of time that the fee is paid. But keep in mind, it's a volumetric fee, so there is no sunset on it. There is a dollar amount, which I'm going to say right now is $1.5 million. Once that amount is met, the fee will stop. If for any reason that 1.5 is reduced because the staff continues to look at opportunities to remove things from that, and one large part of it is the city cost on there as well, which they're looking at. So that could be reduced, which will shorten the time. That fee's in place. I believe, Don, it's going to take effect on our ratepayers September. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe it takes effect in September for the September pumping.
Okay, and just a bit about that particular fee. If everyone looks at the bill from the water district, you'll see a line item says GA. I believe it says GA fee on it. Does it, Ty? GA fee, GA pumping fee. And it's right now you see it at 7 cents per unit, and a unit being 100 cubic feet. And I just did a quick calculation for my own good that in my particular house I use about 4 units per month. And so if you think about it, my increase is going to be, the increase in fee is 17 cents, so obviously 4 times 17 cents is under $1. So, for the average user, even though we've stated it's going to be about $3.33, Don, was that it for the average user?
Well, to define the average user, the numbers we put together were based on the standard 3/4-inch meter,
Right.
located in our A's pumping zone, which is where the vast majority of our customers are located. It comes out to about $3.37 a month, based on the previous 18 months of actual usage through all of our residential customers.
And I want to remind people that is the average. The best way to calculate what this is going to cost you is look at your bill, look at how many units you're using, and see the difference of additional 17 cents per unit. And I believe that most households are going to see, are fairly low, 4 to 5 to 6 HCF. There may be, obviously, since it's volumetric, the more you use, the more you'll pay. That is the pumping and the extraction fee. That's the one that was approved by the GA. That's to finish paying for the plan and then move on from there. The fee that you got about in the mail, which was due to Prop 218, is what's being called the replenishment fee. That particular fee includes replenishment as well as well mitigation. And if you read the pamphlet closely, you'll see $17 of the $2,000 plus is for mitigation. That is the fee that is coming up to the board on August 21st. And that is the mailer that everybody got for the Prop 218. That is basically to buy water. The major portion of it is to buy water to secure the water that we need for our aquifer, which is estimated at 5,000 acre feet right now. And then a portion of that fee is obviously as mitigation for those well owners who may have suffered well damage due to the lowering of the aquifer. So that's what that fee is. That one has not been approved by the board yet. It's coming amongst the board. That is why everyone out there is seeing the 218 with a right to protest if they do not like it. A bit of clarification, that notice went out to every property owner, okay? So it's based on APN and who's the owner of a particular property. So to clarify a few things, because I've been getting questions about it, you have to remember that Trona and Searles Valley, except for their wells, don't have property that's governed, that's in the Indian Wells Valley Water Basin. So correct me if I'm wrong, Don, Trona did not receive that notice, correct? Because they're not in our basin.
Well, Searles Valley Minerals does own property in this basin.
Yeah, because they have wells and some other, so they probably got a few of them. But
Right.
the basis, because the question I was asked is, are the people of Trona
No.
required? They have not received it, and yet
No.
they benefit from our basin. So keep that in mind, because I know some Trona people ask, hey, we haven't seen this yet. Well, you're not in our basin, so that's why you haven't seen it. So every property owner has received that. I believe there was also some question about if you have a property owner that has multiple units on one property, who votes? Basically, the property owner has one vote per APM. If somebody is paying the bill for him, they can vote for him because they're in control of his payments, but that property gets one vote. And so there was some question about if you have a multi-unit on one piece of property and everybody pays individual water bills, how many votes does the property get? And as I understand it, and Jim Worth, correct me if I'm wrong, there's one vote per APM. Is that correct?
That is correct, Director Kaczynski. And may I also make a comment that's not related to the question, and that is, it sounds like somebody that is on the phone is typing or doing something. It's creating a lot of background noise for those of us on the phone. So I would just at least have a reminder that if you're not actually addressing or speaking, that you should have your microphone on mute so we don't hear all the background noise. But it's one vote per parcel. It could be the property owner or an interested person, which is somebody that basically is impacted by the fee, which would be somebody that's, paying the water bill.
Okay, thank you. So that's the two fees. So the one that's been enacted is the extraction fee or pumping fee, as I call it. The one that has not been yet is the replenishment fee. That's the large fee. That's the purchase water. And that is based upon the purchase of 5,000 acre-feet per year from the state water project. And that's I'm sure we'll be discussing that some more today. Chuck, and I'll go as far as you want. That's the explanation of the fees. So that's all you asked me for at this particular point.
Right now, yes.
Okay. So unless you have other questions to move, about this particular thing.
I'm sure there will be.
I'm sure there's
here
going to be.
shortly.
Yes. I assume you're going to hold public comment until after
Right now.
we're done discussing, or do you want to do it first?
Well, I think let's go ahead and get a public comment right now in case they start piling up. Go ahead. Anybody there?
Yes.
Go ahead. State your name and address.
This is Judy Becker, 625 Ward. And as most of you know, I am a member of the PAC committee and I've attended every GA meeting that they have had. And I have a concern about the replenishment fee. You are referring to it as the cost of water. It is not the cost of water as you have described. It's the cost to buy the rights to the water without having a single drop. Is that not correct?
I don't know what this is Jim Worth. I'm not sure if I understand the question, Judy. The amount of the replenishment fee is based on estimates that it would cost to bring in a little bit over 8,000 acre-feet from the state water project, which does not deliver 100% of its entitlement. It's closer to 60%. So in order to bring in 5,000 acre-feet, which is what has been estimated to be needed by the district for sustainability, we have to bring in a little bit over 8,100 acre-feet. And the replenishment fee is to buy, I'll call it the entitlement to that 8,100 acre-feet. And then once that occurs, the district would own that entitlement, or the GA would own that entitlement.
Yes, but that's not water. Correct? That's the right to buy the water, as you call it, the entitlement.
No, that isn't.
We will still
That is
have
buying
to
the
pay
water.
an additional cost per acre foot for that imported water. Is that not correct?
There would be operational and maintenance costs associated with that. There are operation and maintenance costs that are associated with delivering water through the state water project. I believe everybody recognizes that we'll also have to have a transfer partner because we're probably going to get the water from, if it's on the west side, we're going to have to do a transfer. And so there could be some wheeling charges associated with it. But there would be additional costs over the amount to just purchase the entitlement. I cannot give you, I can't give you a valid, good estimate on what those costs would be on an annual basis. A lot of unknowns still at this time. That's all.
That's correct. Thank you.
And I'll make one other thing clear. Jim is right that is actually we are purchasing the entitlement, which is the water. The additional costs associated with that water will be getting it here to the valley. And if you look at the projects that are being proposed, you'll see what's called an OEM yearly cost. That yearly cost includes if you want to call it water transfer costs. So it's not only the operation and maintenance of the facility, whatever it may be, that hasn't been decided on yet, but all those figures include getting the water transferred to us. In essence, we'll own the water, and there's opportunities when you own water. Obviously, if you own it and you're not using it, there may be some things you can do with it, bank it, sell it, and things like that. But we are buying the water.
Okay, ready for another comment? Okay, you're on the air.
Hello, this is Mike Neal.
Yeah, Mike.
Yeah. Okay. I'd like to make a comment on both of these fees here. The first one on the pumping fee. I heard Mr. Kaczynski's comments about this and seemed to be emphasizing just the increase in the fee. Well, we're not paying just the increase. We're paying all of it. We're paying the whole.
Uh-oh.
Hello? Said, uh-oh, what's the problem?
Okay, you're back again. You disappeared.
Oh, do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to start over. I heard the comments by Mr. Kaczynski, talking about just the increase of the fee. Well, we're paying the whole thing. We're not just paying the increase, so we're paying the whole 24 cents. Now, in his case, well, he's getting off easy apparently, but that's not the case for a lot of people. And you're all well aware that this town's been here a long time, and all you gotta do is drive around and you see all the trees and all the shrubbery and everything else in people's lawns. A lot of people still have grass. In my case, I have some lawn and have some large trees all around my property. The increase of this fee on my bill is going to be like $9 for this month. It's not going to be just a little tiny bit. And so yes, it is going to add up for a lot of people, and that fee, just in itself could be, $60, $80, $100 for the year's time. And the main reason we're paying this is because, like I said before at the GA meeting, the GA overspent like drunken sailors, and Mick Gleason opposed from the very beginning, and everybody else let him drive the cart there and refused to get any kind of finance committee and any kind of oversight on all the spending. So the spending went through the roof, and here we're having to pay for it. Now, not that you guys can do anything about it, but that's, I guess, more or less just to let anybody else that's listening get to hear this fact and know what's coming there, what they're going to be paying, and why they're paying this, and the kind of things that we need to get righted on the GA. Now, the replenishment fee is a whole another matter, and it has some serious inequities in it, and it's going to be the big deal. It's going to be the one that's going to be over $300 per year on average per property owner. Now, because they're doing this in a Prop 218 fashion, that's the easiest way to assure that it passes, mainly because those things rarely ever get the 50% no vote. And in this particular case, I don't know that anybody's thought about this particular fact, but the fact that they sent out as many notices as was stated, I think at the last GA meeting, it was almost 20,000, easily tells you that you've got a whole lot of unoccupied properties that are included in this, which means, of course, those property owners are not going to bother to respond because it's been stated, which I'm not real sure how to actually believe this, that under a Prop 218 you're only going to get charged for water use, and it's not going to be a property tax. I'd like to get some clarity on that particular point, and that little explanation, I guess, is how under Prop 218 they can charge you per cubic foot of water use when it's a property tax, property kind of a vote, and every time I've ever seen them done, it's always a property tax. And it would be nice for people's benefit, I think, in this town to know what they're basically up against, to get some number, which I think is probably readily attainable, as to how many of these 20,000 properties are not occupied at all. I would guess that it's easily close to half of them, which again bolsters my opinion that this is going to be really almost impossible to defeat in a large sense because of the approach that's being taken, and the fact. But the worst of it all is that the GA doesn't even have an approved plan. It hasn't happened, and yet they're jumping the gun big time and going after this fee to put on our heads right now. They want to start charging it to us in September. So if anybody's got any statements about that, I'd appreciate some comment on that from the board and some clarity from possibly the board's lawyer about the empty properties being notified, and are we or are we not going to be charged as a property tax, or are we going to be charged on a per 100 cubic foot water usage basis? That's all.
Okay, this is Ron Kosinski. I'm going to go and address the property tax issues. This is not a property tax. There's no way that you could do a volumetric charge to any of the users of the water and put that on as a property tax, because it would vary greatly. So to reiterate, this replenishment fee is not a property tax. It's a volumetric charge to the entities that have been chosen that are going to be requiring augmented water. So it is not a property tax. As far as the question about out-of-town parcel owners and such like that, Jim, do you have any response to that?
Yes, I do. I would say that I would first off concur with Director Kaczynski that the Prop 218 notice clearly applies to groundwater extractions only. This will not be a parcel-based fee or tax. You have to be pumping in order to be charged the replenishment fee. The reason the Prop 218 notice has been used in this instance is because that's what the code section requires, specifically Water Code Section 10730.2, upon which the fee is proposed to be based. Says fees imposed pursuant to this section shall be adopted in accordance with subdivisions A and B of Section 6 of Article 13D of the California Constitution. That's what we've done. The reason that the rationale for the notices being sent to all of the overlying parcels is that even if you're not pumping right now, you still have the ability to pump in the future, and if you decide to do that, you may be subject to those fees. So the thought was just do it to every parcel over the basin. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Ron, in the valley here, we have approximately 12,000 water users as far as meters go, which is over the half of the 20,000 people that received notices, and a lot of those people that have meters right now have multiple parcels also. Anybody concerned with this, which I am one of them also, needs to go out and beat the bushes and talk to people and get them to sign on their petitions. Other than that, that's it.
One comment I'd like to make is I know that we have this item on it because I specifically requested it because I wanted to be able to make sure that the ratepayers of the district understand how this impacts them, because we're here about the water district. I don't want to turn this into a GA meeting, but I do want people to understand what the impact may be. And I'm sure that during that discussion we're going to hear some concerns about what the particular replenishment cost, how it was developed, and what it includes and doesn't include, because everyone has issues with that. I'm hearing from the public all kinds of things, including, who made the decision about the Navy water and who gets it. Why are certain people exempt from having any augmentation and why others aren't? That is a real concern, and that is something I'm very aware of, and it's very much of a concern I have. So that will be addressed. But I don't want to turn this into a GA meeting. I would rather just talk about that if this fee was to occur as it is written, what does that mean to the water district? It doesn't mean that myself and the board and the public doesn't have the opportunity to express their concern of how the fee was put together and what happened with it and how it will affect them for the GA board to listen to. So from that, I think that it looks like it's the replenishment fee. And so what we have, and Don did a good spreadsheet here, and I think you all have it, that is based on the $2,130 per acre foot, the requirement for the water district of 2,117 acre feet of augmented water comes out to basically about $4.5 million a year, which boils down to the cost per unit going to $1.85. The annual average increase is $291 and some change. But again, that's the average annual increase based on the usage throughout was it an 18-month period, Don? Or was it 12? 12, I think. Yeah, 12-month period.
Yeah, it was for 12 months. And you might just point out the average usage, average monthly usage among our residential customers, 13.1 acre feet,
Okay.
100 cubic feet.
Yeah.
Can we display that sheet that you're looking at up on the screen so that the viewers can see it?
I don't think. Yeah.
Too small? Okay.
Yeah. So that is how it affects our ratepayers. And $300 a year and that's an average. And again, if you look at some of the lower users, and I happen to be one of them, 4 or 5 units at my house, and I'm sure there's a lot of people in that 4, 5, or 6 unit, and then of course the people in the 10 plus, because it's volumetric. This is an average. So those people, below the 13 are going to be paying less than that, and the people above the 13 are going to be paying more for that. And this is the typical residential account as well. We also have our other users, such as industry users and public service users. So that isn't shown here, but anybody could do the calculation, knowing what their consumption is, and looking at that line item on their bill, and just changing that to $1.85. Now, one thing I want to make a comment on is there's some concern, and it is a concern, that the pumping fee or extraction fee may run concurrent with a replenishment fee. So in other words, if this replenishment fee goes into effect before we collect the 1.5 million or less, I'm really hoping for less, that you'll have an overlap. You'll have the 185 per HCF along with the additional 24 cents. And because what happens is once that 1.5 million is gone, the extraction fee will disappear. So that's where we are now on this particular fee and how it'll affect our ratepayers. I appreciate all the comments I'm getting from the public that I'm hearing from about the concerns they have. Everything from why are certain people exempt from augmentation, and it's already been stated that in actually the previous GA meeting, it's been stated that all pumpers except for de minimis and the federal right is subject to augmentation and mitigation fees. So, those have to be discussed. And they will be discussed at the GA meeting. Trust me.
You say all pumpers, is that including the mutuals and the Indian Kern Community Services District?
Correct. The resolution, I don't have the resolution number off the top of my head. It was the one we discussed at the last meeting, which is basically recognizing the Navy's report about the water they need to support their workforce. There's 2 or 3 times it states in there that all pumpers except for de minimis and the federal extractors are subject to the augmentation. And to me, that means the mutuals and the CSDs and Trona, not Searles Valley necessarily, because they already
Don't we have a separate agenda item to talk about that matrix?
I don't believe so. No.
Item 5 is discussion of equitability of allocation table of excess Navy water.
Yeah, we can talk about it more then. Yeah, if you like. I think that's probably a good place to talk about it. Yeah, but that's the point I'm trying to make, is that we as a district need to understand how this affects our ratepayers, listen to whatever they have to say, and make the best decision on that. I will say this though, and I don't know that anybody up here disagrees with it, is that we have to do something in this valley. I know Pierre St. Armand has been talking about it for years and years and years, and that we know that we have a sustainability problem, that we will need to bring in water. My concern is how much truly is that when you're really tasked with using all the water you have available, including from the wastewater treatment plant. And then obviously even if that comes to fruition, there's still additional water that will be needed. So the point is that you're either on the side where you believe we need to bring in water to make our aquifers sustainable and to have a good long future for our valley, or you're of the belief that everything's okay and we don't need to do anything. The fact is we need to do something. It's going to cost some money down the road. I just want to lessen the impact as much as I can on the ratepayers and Ridgecrest.
I just want to reiterate to people that you need to be extremely proactive, whichever way you believe, and get out there and talk to other people and get it going. We have another comment we'll go ahead and take. Okay, go ahead, you're on the air.
Yes. Are you there, Chuck?
I'm here, yes.
Okay. I have two questions that I would like to ask. The first one is, and maybe...
Can I get your name? Can you state your name?
I'm sorry, this is Elaine Mead.
Thanks, Elaine.
Okay. Could Jim or Ron, I'm a little confused on the issue that Judy brought up, and that is the purchase of the entitlement. And I understood Jim to say that that includes the water, and I think Ron said there's a charge for operating and maintenance of the State Water Project system. I thought that when you buy an entitlement, that's exactly what it was. You get to buy the water. And the purchase of the water, and I guess if you call it operating and maintenance, is on top of your entitlement cost. So annually you will be paying a fee. And if my memory serves me correct, a few years ago, State Water Project water was running $1,000 to $1,200 an acre foot. So are we looking at fees like that? And is that their operating and maintenance fees? Was that? Not is it. But is that what the possible charge for the water could be?
Okay, we're going to go ahead and let Ron talk first on that.
Yeah, and then when I'm done, Jim, I hope you'll chime in. Again,
Okay, and then I do have another question.
Oh, you want us to answer? Go ahead. Go ahead. I guess what's your second question, and then we'll go on.
Okay, my question is specifically for Ron, my second question. I've heard him comment numerous times that at his house he uses 4 units. And I've been to Ron's house. I question that amount of water, and so my question to him is, do you have an additional source other than this meter that you are commenting on? And if you do, you should state that.
I have a meter for my residence, and that's the... I'm sorry, I have a meter for my residence, and that's the one I'm referring to. I have a separate meter for any of the xeriscape that I have there, and I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I believe my average is about 12 HCF a month for that one.
Okay, then you should add the two together because that's your consumption.
Well, yeah, it's my consumption, but I'm trying to do a comparison for residential households, not in a state property. But I'll be glad to go ahead and state that the fact that, yes, my household uses anywhere from 2 to 4, and my xeriscaping use as an average, because many months I'm zero, at least 5 months out of the year. So if you average it through the year, it's about 10 or 12 units.
Yeah, I would appreciate it, and I'm sure that the general public would also, if you clarified that and not just say that your property, and you haven't stated it that way, but that's the impression you're putting out.
Well, I apologize for that. I usually refer to my residential use as an average use, and as far as the xeriscaping. But again, I'm not saying that I don't use water there, but it's an average of 10 to 12 units a month.
Okay. So that does change your picture quite a bit.
Well, if you think about it, if I use 10 or 12, it's going to go. If I use 10, it's an extra $1.70 a month. If I use even if I use 20, it's an extra $3.40 a month. So that to me, it's always any increase in price, especially based on usage, it encourages, in my opinion, watching how you water, how much you use, where you use it, which that's what I do, and that's why I keep my water usage so low. But I think that...
I absolutely agree with you.
I would like to go to your second question, if you like, and then Jim can
Yes,
follow
please.
up, and that is about the transit. The entitlement buys us the water. The fee that we're talking about, the OEM fee for whatever project we put in, will include what's called water transfer costs. Those are costs associated, like Jim has said, that we're going to have a transfer partner. We may have to pay somebody to get it into our system. Whatever, and it was going to cost, whatever system we use is going to cost us money to get the water here. But we are not paying for OEM for the state water project. When we talk about OEM, it's for our project, not the state water project. So let's just say, for instance, that the water's coming up through the AVEC. So everything from that pipeline where they would produce it, where we would get our water, everything from there to the valley, all the OEM cost of maintenance and operations would also include the water transfer costs. And I was looking, I didn't know if I brought it with me because this is more of a GA question, but if you look at the plan, they have the estimated OEM cost for each of the projects. And I'm not going to go off the top of my head because I don't have it right now, but it could, it's considerable, but it's not $50 million. And it depends on the project, what those OEM costs. But that is the transfer cost. OEM includes the transfer cost of getting the water to us once we've purchased it already. So the deal with the state water project is $50 million for 8,000 acre feet plus a year. And Jim, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, Ron, I actually think that you misstated the way it is, and I believe Elaine was correct, and actually it's what I said the first time as well. I'm not saying that what you said with respect to transfer costs and costs associated with a GA project, those will have to be calculated and determined when we get further down the road. But there are separate operation and maintenance costs associated with moving water down the state water project. There are pumping stations that are located between the Delta and, all the way to get it to Southern California. For example, I suspect that Department of, not the DWP, but Metropolitan, they've got to pump that water over the Grapevine. And that doesn't happen for free, and that's not paid by all the state water contractors. It's paid by Metropolitan. What those O&M costs would be would depend on who the transfer partner was, who you purchased the water from, and how far you had to transport it down the state water project for the transfer. So there are annual costs associated with O&M for the state water project.
I found the.
This is Chuck. Can I chip in here?
Go ahead, Chuck.
Sure. The O&M costs for the state water project, they call variable costs. And the state will accumulate the variable costs for the pumping, and then at the end of the year, they send a summary of those costs to the state water contractors, who then charge whoever they have to, who's in their member agency. There are fixed costs also. So when you buy the entitlement, when you buy an entitlement for state water project, you're not buying the water. You're buying the right to utilize the facilities to convey that water. And so that's the big upfront capital costs. And so you're always going to have kind of a fixed cost that's amortized. But on top of it, as I said, you get variable costs. And that depends on, how much pumping resulted from your conveying your water. I think one illustration of Jim's point is that if the district were to acquire water from L.A. or from someplace, near Castaic, the district pays for the fixed costs all the way down to that point where the current water or entitlement holder is. Even if you divert it, someplace above that, some distance above that takeout, you're still paying the full fixed costs for where the current owner is. And that changes, of course. The closer you are to the delta, the lower your fixed costs are and the lower your variable costs are. So there are, and this is above and beyond anything that we're talking about with regard to paying a transfer cost or LADWP or any other kind of conveyance and exchange that would take place. So there's always going to be variable costs, primarily for power, associated with the state water project water.
And I was stating, I found the cost breakdown for the annual maintenance costs. And I'll read just a couple of them. The AVEC project, the annual cost is estimated to be $8 million a year. This is annual facility OEM, pump station maintenance and power supply, and annual service costs, which include SWP, transportation, and additional costs in wheeling and treatment. So all I'm saying is that those particular costs that you spoke of, Chuck, unless I'm wrong, I understand them to be within the annual operating costs of getting the water here. And the one for the other particular, bringing it from the north, it looks like that cost us $4.4 million. And that includes annual service costs, SWP transportation costs, and wheeling costs and associated costs. So I'm just saying that the information I have in front of me shows an operating cost which includes the estimate of that. And that, so that's why I'm separating it from the $50 million for the entitlement purchase.
Could I make a
one quick
suggestion?
example, guys? Coachella Valley Water District last year had to pay about $300 an acre foot in variable costs. So that gives you kind of an idea. And they're at the end of the chain, by the way.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, Elaine, did you have something else to say?
Yeah, I do. For the members that are sitting there today that are connected with the GA, that being Don and Ron and Jim, could you suggest to the GA that they discuss an example of, in other words, they're asking us to raise, I think it's $52 million. That $52 million buys X. Along with X, we have all of these other costs, not for like conveying the water from Cal City to Ridgecrest, but the cost to have the water at Cal City ready to put in our pipeline. Okay? Could they do something for the GA meeting or for the hearing that explains what that cost would be? Just an estimate using today's figures.
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly with you, Elaine. Absolutely, that's a question that needs to be asked because obviously it's a confusing question. And I think that, and I see Don taking a note there so we can bring that up, but I agree with you. We pay $51 million, and then let's just say that we're bringing 8,000 or 5,000 acre feet this way just to get it to the point where our system picks it up. What does that cost? I agree, that's an important number to have because that also helps me understand better the OEM costs that have been predicted by Stetson for the projects themselves. So how much that OEM cost is part of getting that water to where it gets into our system. I agree. We'll make that happen.
Yeah,
Well,
I think we know more now than we did earlier when Stetson wrote the GSP. But just looking at the GSP for the AVAC project, there is $10 million a year in capital costs and $8 million a year in O&M cost, so that's a total of $18 million a year. That's a lot of money. You compare that with $4 million, 4.5, I believe. Obviously, the amount of money that we have yet to pay for the AVEC project is a lot more than the cost of the water. Pardon me, not the water, but the entitlement.
So add to that the cost for purchasing the water every year and the cost for servicing the debt that will be required to pay for a project that would run a pipeline all the way down to Mojave across a state park and federal property.
That's my understanding, is that is the $18.2 million total, which we knew back when Stetson was doing this. And I think we're smarter now because we've got a water importer on board that probably knows a little bit more about what all the costs are. But we need to get better clarification, I agree.
Yeah.
But if it's close to that $18.2 million, that's a lot of money.
And I don't know that, see, I'm just going by what the operating costs are. The one thing, you're right, one thing the operating costs, they may include the portion that Elaine wants broken out to get to water to our our input point. But for sure, they don't include any cost for the capital project itself.
Oh, and
You're right.
We got to have everything.
And I don't think, I would say, I wish I knew the answer. We could assume the worst-case scenario that we're paying for it all, but as you know, that we're working really diligently with the Navy, and whether grants are out there, that's what Capital Corps is doing to find as much money as we possibly can to offset the cost of whichever project we select. And you're right, and the cost between the operating the AVEC project to the water coming from the north is twice as much for AVEC, literally twice as much. And the project cost is literally twice as much. So it basically costs 2 times more to bring the water from the south than it does from the north. And that needs to be looked at. But you're right. What would be added into that operating cost, which would be an extended financing for our portion of the capital investment? You're right. So those numbers, and they're not worked out yet. And believe me, they need to be worked out, because that is a big picture to the water we're going to get, where it's coming from, and how much we truly need and are able to get.
Does everybody hear the discussion we're having on this right now? This is something that the GA wants to vote on in 4 weeks. We have no clue what we're really voting for. We have no clue exactly the amount of water usage or demand that we're going to have, depending, 2,200 acre feet that we could acquire from the city, which would lessen our demand substantially. We need to voice our opinion. I do not want to have this vote taken because there's too many uncertainties. Just to charge the valley with $52 million, I can't even imagine those numbers whatsoever. My opinion is we need to hold off and have the GA hold off. I don't like to be ramrodded with this many questions on something just to vote for something because it needs to be voted on. I do not want us to get into this situation.
I agree. The ramifications of what we're doing here are pretty extreme, and there's a lot of questions out there. I'm sorry to see all the questions coming so late because we've been talking about this for so long, but I've always said is once people see the money part of it, that's when people start talking, and I'm glad they are.
Yeah.
And because I knew it was coming to this, because people just weren't talking. What is it? But Chuck, I want to reiterate, I do believe we need to do something for our valley, that we're going to need to bring some water in. But again, we need to do it the most cost-efficient way possible. And one thing I see that we're going to continue to discuss in this workshop is a way that maybe the water district can handle our own needs and handle our own water supplies. And I like that idea, and I see we have a good presentation coming up and some good things. And Stan, yes, the discussion of the allocation table, even though that's strictly a GA thing, I would like to get everyone's feelings on that. So that number 5 item under A, I'm looking forward to
I've got a lot of feelings on that.
Yeah, I do too. And so so Chuck, it's however you want to continue.
In mentioning what you just talked about as far as the water district trying to get on its own, trying to get our own allocation of water. We've been bringing this up for quite some time also, even before the GA started, as far as our lawyer and the different people that we have on board with us and with Krieger and Stewart, trying to handle some of this ourselves rather than put the complete burden on the people. If we're out trying to do something, I think everybody would understand more if it's a personal touch instead of a over-the-hill touch is what I'm saying, I guess. Anyway, I won't say any more on this subject, but
Just to comment
let's go ahead and have another public comment. Are you still on, Elaine, or do we have somebody else? Okay. Okay, we're ready to go.
Good morning. This is Donna Hawker with the Association of Realtors office.
Go ahead, Donna.
I just have a couple of questions. First of all, the water district does have a drop box that's available 24 hours. Would it be possible for property owners to drop off their protest letters in that box? Is that an appropriate way for them to do that?
Yes, there should be no problem dropping them off.
Okay. And the other thing I wanted to ask, please.
Donna,
Yeah.
could you make sure that it's in an envelope and it's marked as a protest vote? That way you can not mix those up with the bills that get dropped off in that drop box. You don't want to confuse bills and with protest votes.
Sure, we'll
Or,
put it out
or
there.
at least stapled, and
Of course, we'll put
we're
it out there
separate.
and let people know. Okay, thank you. The next question is, well, there's a couple more. Why is this fee being rushed? And I'm not sure the Water District Board can answer that. It might be a GA question. And along with that line, is the Water District Board concerned that the Groundwater Authority Board of Directors is trying to pass public policy during a pandemic that causes inadequate public input?
I can answer that question. We've been talking about it the last few meetings that the board has had, and we agree wholeheartedly until we have public actually being able to be at the meetings that we didn't feel that we'd have, proper public input either. So, yes, we want it to be public.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you, gentlemen.
I have a comment before you move on.
Okay, Board Member Santamon, go ahead.
Ron mentioned the worst-case scenario, and that is the water district winds up carrying the burden of all of the costs. I can't imagine a scenario where the replenishment fee is something that the large-scale agricultural users could support and still make profit. So my guess is that they'll either go out of business or they'll refuse to pay it. I don't know. And the mutuals are not likely to be able to pony up much money. So that would leave possibly Inyukern, the Indian Wells Valley Valley Water District, and our friends in Trona, who aren't likely to be able to bear that cost either. So if we end up paying for the whole thing, that could triple the annual operating budget of the water district. I think people need to be aware of that. I'm including the debt service to the $50 million buy-in, the annual purchase of water, which you might or might not get, the full allotment, and the service on the debt for the project which seems the most popular right now, which is running a pipe down to Mojave. So that's what I'm basing that on. Could double it, could triple it. That's something that needs to be kept in mind.
And the last thing I'll say is, there's been, statements made that, well, the water district can go ahead and just finance over 30 years their, I don't know what the total would be, but it's 4.5 times 5, $30 million over 30 years, which would bring the relative cost down to our ratepayers on a monthly basis. Overall, a quick calculation tells you that if we get this thing done in 5 years, with the amounts they're talking about, it's about $1,650 over 5 years for our ratepayers. If you go out 30 years, and this doesn't include all the costs for the money, just spread it out over 30 years, it's more like $3,200 per ratepayer. So the cost nearly doubles to extend it, and that, to me, what it does, it softens the monthly blow, but in the long run, you're paying more money. I'm probably correct there, am I not, Ty? And then, of course, that borrowing $30 million you're not going to get just $30 million. It's going to cost you much more. Okay, and so those are things. And David, you're right that people may not be able to afford it. And another worst case scenario, and I believe maybe Mr. Gleason mentioned it at the Rotary meeting yesterday, is that there's the possibility that when Cerros Valley, I'm sure something will happen with Cerros Valley, argumenting their prescriptive rights to the water based on when they started pumping, and there could be 900 to 1,000 acre feet that they might prove to a judge that is theirs before the Navy established, which means where does that extra 900,000 go? Mm-hmm. To the water district. So I think when we're looking at the 2,117 acre feet, that might be a minimum amount at this time, that we could see that increase. So that's why I think that what we're going to discuss here farther down the line is so imperative to us, and that we move ahead with those. Thank you.
Anything else from the board right now?
I do, unless you want to take a public.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take a public call. And then, Stan, you can talk. Okay, go ahead, public. Who's calling?
This is Judy Degger again. I have a couple of comments. Actually, I have three. My first comment, which I neglected to tell you when I called in the first time, is thank you so much for having your water district meeting at City Council chambers so that the public can listen and participate, however frustrating it is. I have tried to reach you at your regular board meetings ever since you went quote-unquote virtual, and this is the first time I have been able to attend. So I hope you seriously consider having future meetings here at the City Council chambers as long as you choose not to have real public meetings. I would like to emphasize my support for the comments that Donna Hawker made, both about the pandemic issue and not having real public meetings. There are many people who do not have computers, smartphones, and all that stuff, and they're intimidated at talking in the public in the first place, and so they're left out of this picture, just automatically left out of this picture. And I'd like to also emphasize the fact you need to absolutely clarify the replenishment fee in particular, who's going to pay for it, what exactly it's going to pay for. And now I have a question for your consulting engineer, Chuck Krieger, and your consulting attorney, Jim Worth, because they actually, in my mind, contradicted each other. This replenishment fee is only going to pay for water entitlement. Is that not correct? It is not going to pay for one drop of water rolling into the Indian Wells Valley. I would like Mr. Worth and Mr. Krieger to both answer that question.
Jim, go ahead.
I don't think that Chuck and I were contradictory. To me, you are purchasing the entitlement. When you say we're not purchasing the water, I'm not sure I'm hearing the distinction. The $52 million for the replenishment fee is to purchase if you want to call it the entitlement, the right to receive the water, whatever it is. But if you purchase that, you have possession of that entitlement. Now, once you have that, there are still additional costs, O&M maintenance, maybe wheeling costs. Those are going to vary based upon who your partner is and everything like that. But the way I view it in my mind is that 52 purchases the water entitlement. You might receive additional costs for operation and maintenance, but you're not going to receive an additional bill for purchasing the water or purchasing the entitlement. That is that's the one-time purchase, and then the fixed and variable costs would be additional annual costs that would be tacked on to this $52 million. And then, of course, there's the other costs that are associated with whatever the project is. That's my clarification. Go ahead, Chuck.
I don't know what went into the estimate for the $52 million, so I really can't speak to that. I agree with you, though, Jim. It's there's the right to the water, which is a Table A allocation, as they call it in the state water project contractor world. And then there are, as I said earlier, annual costs associated with maintaining and maintaining the facilities and pumping the water. As I said a few minutes back, that's $300 an acre foot for Coachella Valley Water District, so that's probably more than the district might end up paying. I don't know. But I think, Jim and I are saying the same thing. You purchase the Table A allocation, also known as the Table A entitlement. I don't know if they use entitlement that much anymore, but that's the right to the water and the capacity in the facilities to where that entitlement goes. And then on top of that, you have the variable costs every year.
I think that goes back to
But I don't know what went into the.
Ms. Mead said a little while ago. We really need to have a matrix, a table, X, Y, Z, what are all the costs, and very quantitatively what is defined in each one of those costs. Because what I see Jim over the phone, I see him waving his hands an awful lot, probably confusing more people than clarifying. And a table with actual costs is what we need.
Right, and we also need, in that table, who is going to pay for it.
Yes, I agree.
Very good, Judy.
Touche.
It all boils down to being totally clear with the public during this process of doing the Sigma. And perhaps in the beginning, the GA board wasn't as open as they should have been for fear of litigation, but it looks like the litigation is there anyway. And it's a very complicated, complex problem, but we have no alternative but to get imported water. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Is there any more public out there on this? No more public?
Director Cordell, this is Jim Worth. Could I just make a couple of comments to clarify a couple statements that were made earlier?
Yes, Jim, go ahead.
Okay, first one, to follow up on Donna Hawker's, if in fact the protest is going to be delivered to the district's drop box, that's fine. I would request that the district stamp those envelopes on the day that they are received, so there's no doubt about that. And to remind everybody that in order for you to consider any protest valid, that you need to follow the directions that are on the mailer. And then the other one, and this is something that Ron made a statement about, and where he was reading some reports where it said that with the exception of federal and de minimis, everybody else will pay the fee. And that is a correct statement, but to be clear, with the proposed allocation of the Navy use carryover, Inyo Kern, Small Mutuals, and Trona are all they all receive a full Navy carryover of their estimated pumping, and if their estimated pumping is correct, then they would not need to bring in any imported water and would not be paying a fee, not because they're not subject to it, but based upon the distribution of the Navy use carryover. So I just want to be clear about that, the way it's proposed right now.
I agree. That is the way it's proposed right now, and that's why we're having our discussion, item 5, later on.
But but that statement was made, so I just wanted to clarify it, Stan.
Yeah, understand. Yeah, but it was going to be clarified for sure when we got to item 5.
So if I understand correctly, then we are looking at the worst-case scenario where the water district is going to be bearing the
just for everybody, the
costs.
public in particular, just a clarification. When the word Trona is used, we're not talking about Searles Valley Minerals. We're talking about Searles Domestic Water Company providing water to the residents of Trona.
Okay.
There just may be some confusion about that. I wanted to clear it up.
There was by me anyway.
So it would be the district and Searles Valley Minerals that would be bearing the brunt of the cost. Yeah.
Hey, Jim, this is just my question from a water user. Is there anything that we could do without going through all of this to postpone the voting in August until we can get with the public? Is there anything that we can do actively to do that as far as anything at all?
Well, this process is being undertaken by the Groundwater Authority. So, when they decide to vote on this matter is for the GA board. We have a representative on the GA board in Ron, and Ron can make the request that it be delayed until there's the opportunity for an in-person meeting with the public. However, that's for the GA board, not the water district board to decide.
Well, there is a meeting the day before the hearing, so that would be a good time for all of us to get involved and make sure they understand our feelings, or assuming the pandemic doesn't get resolved between now and then.
I don't think it will.
We postpone the actual vote.
Can we direct Director Kaczynski to write that letter now?
I'm not going to write a letter, but I'm definitely going to bring it up, just as requested by this board.
Well, I was just
at the next meeting.
I was just thinking the sooner the better, give them a little time to chew on it.
I think they know.
Okay. Well, I hope they know from this meeting also. But let's go ahead and continue on the meeting.
I guess there's still Don and myself need to comment.
Okay.
I haven't heard from Mr. Cortacharo. I'm assuming that the difference between column 3 and 9 on this sheet that I believe Ron was referring to is a difference between the total pumping and the residential pumping. And when I look at that, it looks like the commercial pumping is 26.4%, and I believe that there's about 6% of our ratepayers are commercial. Is that close?
Typically, residential, which would include multifamily residences, it's around 84% of our consumption. So what's called commercial industrial, that is typically about 16% each month.
Okay, so this last column is not just commercial. It's not, pardon me. It's actually the residential one is only the 3/4 inch. The multifamily is included in column 9.
I'm not sure what column 9.
It's your matrix.
What's the title of the column?
It says impact of proposed IWGA replenishment fee on IWV WD customers.
What is the title of the column that you're looking at?
The column
in the blue.
says IWV WD production HCF.
Right, that is the column to the left of that, IWV WD production in gallons. That is the total production that we reported to the state board, and then the column to the right converts it to 100 cubic feet.
Okay, and then the other one on 3, that is only the 3/4 inch residential.
That is correct. That is the consumption of those active accounts.
Okay, so I was incorrect in assuming that the difference was commercial. It's both commercial and multifamily. Getting to what I really wanted to ask is, have we checked with anybody who is in the commercial arena with regard to what this $1.85 fee is going to do to their operations? And is anybody going to have a hardship as a result of the $1.85 per 100 cubic feet?
I did receive a couple of requests with regard to non-residential. Actually, one from the HOA, local HOA. I did do an estimate for the hospital, and I did get a request from a couple of local hotels. Am I allowed to share that?
I didn't think we could talk about
the usage
and such for. I didn't think we could, except it's Jim. If you can talk
Just
about
don't give us
usage
the
and
name.
and impacts, I don't know the answer.
Just provide numbers based on just don't give any personal information about the property owner or anything. If it's just a hotel, call it a hotel.
Okay, for 2 hotels locally. For one hotel, let me get the sheets out. Bear with me a second.
I'm glad you asked that question, Stan, because I forgot my sheet on that one. Thanks.
Okay, for one of the local hotels, the impact of the pumping fee, the increase from 7 cents to 24 cents, would amount to $1,123.44. This is based on the 18 months prior to the pandemic. I figured we want, obviously during the pandemic, occupancy is lower, so consumption is lower.
And that's a yearly?
That's 18 months. That's over 18 months.
Of course, our income is a lot lower, too.
For the replenishment fee, and this is an annual, over 12 months, again, using the 12 months going back from February, it would amount to $5,530.66. Again, this is average based on that data. If that data is typical, then those numbers are valid. For the other hotel, pumping fee, the increase from 7 cents to 24 cents over an 18-month period would result in $1,260.11, again, based on that same 18-month period going back from February of 2020. And for the replenishment,
that's the total. That's not the.
That's the total
monthly.
over the 18 months.
Okay, so
Divide that by
per
12,
month would be
roughly
relatively-
$100 a month. Oh, well, no,
Yeah.
divide by 18, it's less than $100 a month.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. The Spring Hill, the other hotel,
You can just give the address, Don. Go ahead.
at $1.85, the impact over the 12-month period, annual impact would be $6,551.70.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I've got two more comments. One additional one on the replenishment fee. I guess my feeling is this replenishment project isn't a real project. A real project would actually have to provide water into our valley. This provides not a drop of water into our valley. I liken this, quite frankly, to a bait and switch. 5 years from now, after we've accumulated $52 million, if we decide that we want to import water, the cost is going to go up by a factor of 3 or 5 or that ballpark, depending upon whether we get water from the south or the north. Now, I agree with Mr. North wholeheartedly that we don't really know what that number is going to be exactly. However, if we have any confidence at all in the numbers that GSP has, like I indicated before, we're talking in the one case, the more expensive one now, admittedly, $18.2 million total for the AVAC, okay? And you compare that with the $4.5 million we're paying in now. And of course that doesn't, I'm not sure what they assumed with regard to who was paying what, so we don't know that. But there's an awful lot of things we don't know. I mean, that really is part of the whole issue. My feeling is that in any event, this is very premature. We're jumping the gun. We don't have a signed GSP, and we're talking putting our ratepayers out for a lot of dollars when we don't have permission from the state to import water. We don't have a signed GSP, and it's just very premature. So I'm not in favor of this thing at all. Although I've got a lot of comments on that matrix because there's two separate issues going on here. One is what is the project supposed to be, and then the second is who pays for it. I view the matrix that we're going to talk about in 5 as who pays for it. The project could be anything, whether it be imported water, whether it be recycled water, whether it be water exploration, rotating where our wells are, whatever. Sorry, folks. Two separate issues. What's the project and who's paying? My last comment has to do with the GA and their fallowing program. It appears that the GA is ignoring the GSP relative to the fallowing program. The GSP fallowing program claims that it's going to cost $9 million to run the fallowing program. What was sent out by the GA, although then postponed, had nothing in it in terms of a cost. Somewhere along the line, the GA, it appears, from what I was reading, just ignored $9 million in cost. I think we need to have a much better understanding of what the GA is doing and much better feedback from the GA, because if they expect us to pay any of that $9 million, they need to explain to us what they're using it for and why we should pay it. I see an awful lot of things coming down on us as opposed to the county or the city, and we need to be decisive. We need to protect our ratepayers, and the GA needs to be a lot more open and honest, or clear, we'll say, regarding where these costs are, who gets paid, and who pays. So thank you.
Thank you, Stan. Any other board comments? Don, Ron, David? There is no public out there right now. Is there any new information on water banking with LADWP? We still have nothing.
That's item 3 on the agenda.
Yeah, item 3.
A3?
Yes, A3.
I mean, what happened to 2?
What happened to 2?
I thought we've, wastewater. The city's wastewater, include the city's wastewater?
Well, it's all in the water supplies total.
That's a presentation by
including recycling.
Krieger Stewart. I think Dave Scriven's prepared to do a presentation on 2, if you're ready to move on.
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and do the presentation then on number 2, 3, or A2. Chuck? Chuck Krieger, you ready to do a little presentation?
We are. Dave Scriven's here with me, as Don mentioned. I think we're going to be teaming and presenting the PowerPoint that we prepared. Is this going to come up on the screen, guys, or do we get our own PowerPoint?
So, Chuck, Lauren's got the control, and you just tell her when to advance the slide.
Okay. Okay, so some months ago, at the Alternative Water Supply Committee, the discussion was, well, what would this project look like if we utilized and maximized our use of the treated effluent from the city's wastewater treatment plant? And so what we did was we went back and of course, using a lot of the information from the GSP, we put together this PowerPoint, and I know there's a lot of text on some of these slides, everybody, but the intention of that was so you'd walk away with some good notes, some good information, and not having to write a bunch of stuff down while we're talking. So the first thing that we decided to do is to talk about, well, what happens to the water? What do we have to do to the water to utilize it for irrigation versus what we'd have to do to the water to utilize it for groundwater replenishment, for domestic supply. So I'm gonna leave that there and have Dave go into some of the details that build the building blocks of our understanding, or one's understanding about how this would work. So go ahead, Dave, starting on slide number 2. Thank you, Lauren. I think you said Lauren.
Okay, thanks, Chuck. Can everyone hear me okay? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Good. All right. Okay, so on slide 2, this slide summarizes information from the GSP about the quantity of secondary effluent that's available for recycling, and the quantity of what we anticipate will be tertiary recycled water for use. So according to the GSP in 2017, the city wastewater treatment facility produced about 2,700 acre-feet a year. And there were several existing uses of that secondary effluent: the alfalfa fields, the Nas Golf Course, and the Mojave Tui Chub habitat. Our information and the GSP's information states that the alfalfa fields will be discontinued upon construction of the new facilities. The Mojave Tui Chub may end up being relocated sometime within the next 5 to 10 years. And the Nas Golf Course, we understand, has an allocation of 748 acre-feet by agreement with the city, but actually uses only about 500 acre-feet. So if the alfalfa fields are discontinued, the Tui Chub is relocated, and the golf course is limited to 500 acre-feet, that leaves about 2,200 acre-feet a year of secondary effluent that's available for recycling according to the 2017 number. And also, the GSP cites the Provost and Pritchard study that details the city's plans to construct a new tertiary recycled water treatment facility to produce, to have a capacity of about 1.8 MGD, or about 2,000 acre-feet of recycled water, 2016 to be precise, based on the 1.8 MGD figure. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. There we go.
Supposed to be on number 3.
Yeah. So
we were just on number 3. The numbers aren't jiving with.
This is good.
That's correct.
Just a couple of comments about the regulatory agencies that are going to be involved in this whole process. The two agencies that are involved in developing standards for groundwater recharge and recycled water use are the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Lahontan Region, and the State Water Resources Control Board, Division of Drinking Water, or DDW. So the regional board develops standards to protect the waters of the state, which includes groundwater. And DDW develops standards to protect public health. DDW, however, does not implement its own standards. It defers to the regional board to implement the standards. So the regional board is the one that would be dealt with for dealing with all of the standards that are applicable to both use of the recycled water for irrigation and also groundwater replenishment. Next slide. The third regulatory agency that could end up being involved in this whole process is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which would be in control of the Mojave Tui Chub relocation effort. And the next slide, please. So, based on what Chuck and I went through, and this is also based on what's presented in the GSP. Indian Wells Valley Water District can make what we think is the best use of the recycled water through a combination of both landscape irrigation and groundwater replenishment. During the warmer months when irrigation demands are high, landscape irrigation is going to be the predominant factor, and groundwater replenishment will then, of course, predominate in the cooler months when the irrigation demands are low or non-existent. So, just a couple of comments about both landscape irrigation and groundwater replenishment. We have a total potential demand of about 930 acre-feet a year for landscape irrigation in the area. More on that in a little bit. And according to the GSP, this is going to be, we're using an average irrigation rate of 7.8 feet per year, with about 20% of the total demand to be conveyed in a single month during the high demand period, between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. So an 8-hour irrigation window, and this is intended to protect public health. This is as set forth in Appendix 5C of the GSP. Of course, the benefits of irrigation, landscape irrigation using the recycled water is a reduction of pumping from district, city, county, Navy, and private wells. And the treatment requirements for landscape irrigation are that it has to be disinfected tertiary treated water. That's because there's always a potential for public contact. However, advanced treatment for TDS and nitrogen would not be required for landscape irrigation. Storage would have to be in lined ponds unless advanced treatment is included. That's because the regional board does not want to have water percolated into the groundwater that has not been treated for nitrogen and TDS. Next slide, please. So a couple of comments on groundwater replenishment. Total potential demand for groundwater replenishment is essentially unlimited. All depends on cost of the facilities used. The benefits for groundwater replenishment: augmentation of groundwater supply for subsequent municipal domestic use. For treatment, disinfection has to be by ultraviolet because this is needed for protection of the groundwater against development of disinfection byproducts that would be caused by chlorine. And hydrogen peroxide is recommended as an augmentation for the UV process. It makes the UV process much more efficient in terms of disinfection. In addition, the regional board is going to be requiring advanced treatment for both total dissolved solids and nitrogen, and I'll detail that in a little bit. I've got several slides here talking about the individual areas that could be where landscape irrigation could be applied. So the next slide, please. The first area is Cerro Coso Community College. There's a potential demand of about 194 acre-feet a year there. And you'd need to have equalization storage, transmission pipeline, and pumping facilities to supply them with irrigation water, as you would for any of the other ones that we're going to talk about as well. Next slide, please. So these are parcels that are currently irrigated using Indian Wells Valley Water District wells. There's a total potential demand for these parcels of about 96 acre-feet a year. Gateway Elementary School, Las Flores Elementary School, Mesquite High School, Pierce Elementary School, and Upjohn Park. Same kind of facilities would be required as for Cerro Coso, different length of pipeline, obviously. Next slide, please. Parcels currently irrigated by city wells, about 417 acre-feet a year. Gateway Elementary School, Las Flores Elementary School. Okay. Next slide, please. County and on-site wells, another list of sites: Burroughs High School, Desert Memorial Park, Desert Empire Fairgrounds, and Heritage Village. Same kind of facilities would be required. And then the final slide for landscape irrigation. Next slide, please. The Naval Air Weapons Center station. Total demand about 188 acre-feet a year. This would be for non-golf course use. We have assumed, as did the GSP, that the golf course is already provided for with secondary effluent. And then we have the next slide. I think Chuck wants to talk about this figure.
Yeah, by the way, everybody, excluding Cerro Coso College, so demands B through D, I think it was, that make the 930 acre-feet a year, is from Table 5, I think, Dave, in that appendix, in that technical report?
Yeah, we're going to get to that in the next slide, Chat.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, so as set forth in the GSP, we included the slide from the report to show the conceptual distribution pipeline for all the demands that are shown in blue in the Navy base and in green in the city. So that's, I think you guys will recognize that. That's the conceptual figure. Now, for going up to the college, they would connect there at the southerly terminus in College Heights Boulevard and well, it's not quite College Heights Boulevard. They have to put another booster station there to take it up to the college because of its elevation difference. So I just wanted to kind of refresh your memory on what the distribution pipeline for conversions looked like that Stetson put together. Next slide. Go ahead, Dave.
All right. So in Appendix 5C of the GSP, again, they talk about this figure where this is basically talks about how all of the landscape irrigation water is used during the summer. So about 25% of the total demand at any of these sites is going to be conveyed in any single month during the summer months between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. And then, as Chuck started to say, we have an average demand of 930 acre-feet a year for all potential users in Ridgecrest, including the Navy non-golf course site, but excluding Cerro Costa Community College. And these are all set forth in Table 5 of that Appendix 5C. So based on that figure, the maximum monthly demand for those users would be about 186 acre-feet a month. But there's only about 168 acre-feet a month that's going to be available from the tertiary treatment facility. So if we exclude 3 of the more remote potential landscape irrigation users, Gateway Elementary, Desert Memorial Park, and Desert Empire Fairgrounds, we bring the maximum monthly demand down to about 169, which is close enough. So in order to be able to do landscape irrigation and not have excessive storage during the winter months to provide them, then we need to exclude those users. And I think Chuck's going to talk about that more in just a minute. So based on that scenario, the total flow during a maximum month for those users would be about 3,800 GPM. And you'd need to have about 1.2 million gallons of equalization storage to equalize the daily usage. So any tertiary treated water that is not used for irrigation would then have to be diverted to advanced treatment and groundwater replenishment. So next slide. And this is going to be explaining some of the demands that I was just mentioning there. And I think Chuck wants to talk about this figure a little bit.
Okay, so what we've done here is to take that maximum month demand that Dave described, which they said would be 20% of the average annual, and we applied that amount, that 3,800 gallons per minute. I just made it for 4 months. So we made it May, June, July, August. It was September. Maybe it's 5 months. And we said, well, it's super hot up there. Everybody irrigates pretty regularly during that period. So let's just make those the 5 hottest months. And then, of course, the shoulders leading up to that from March and April, and down from that from October and November, are a lot less water, but nonetheless demonstrate the total amount that that would be available for the irrigation. So you notice on either side of that, treated effluent available. This stuff comes 1.8 million gallons a day, all day, every day. And during the low consumption periods, there's no place to put that water. If we look at the 930 and we have to reduce it because of Desert Empire and Desert Memorial, if you just keep the 930 for a second, you'll see that we need seasonal storage that's above and beyond the plant effluent production for those peak months. And that seasonal storage is 24 million gallons. So it's not little. It's a significant amount of storage, but that's what we'd have to have coming in prior to the peak months in order to supplement the flow from the treatment plant to feed the irrigation demands. So we reduce it, as Dave said. If we reduce it, that keeps the top of our green box below the dashed line. So we don't need storage. By the way, I'd like to tell everybody that these are broad numbers and there are a lot of estimates in there. So I don't want to imply that the precision of this graph is exactly how the distribution of demands goes. The purpose of it is to demonstrate that we have a lot of available effluent before and after the peak period with no place to put it. So that's what would be available for, as Dave said, for the advanced treatment and then injection into the groundwater, the water-bearing strata of the basin. So the next slide, please. This is to say, okay, what does one day during that peak hour session look like? Well, we start, we're producing the 1,250 GPM of tertiary effluent the whole time. We only get to irrigate between 10 and 6. So I'm not sure what happened with that 24-hour thing there, but nonetheless, so we have to have storage, daily storage in place to supplement during those peak days, and that daily storage is 1.2 million gallons. So you need to have that from, prior to 10 and then after 6 stored up so that it would equalize the demands, and so you can provide full service during the demand period. Pardon me. So that shows you the difference between a seasonal thing. They're very similar because you have prior to high demands and post high demands, and how you're going to serve during the demand period. And it's a smaller case here during the single day effort. Okay, Dave, go ahead and talk about replenishment. I guess let me stop here. Does anybody have any questions on both of those, on either of those graphs? Good. Okay,
Yeah,
go
good
ahead,
information.
Yeah, so one thing that I want to emphasize here is that during the wintertime, all of the tertiary water is going to need to be sent to the groundwater replenishment facility, the Advanced Treatment and Groundwater Replenishment Facility, unless you can find some way of storing it for the next summer, which seems implausible since the regional board won't allow you to store it in unlined ponds. So the groundwater replenishment facility will have to be designed for the entire flow rate coming out of the tertiary treatment facility, not just a part of it. So
does that make sense, everybody? And Dave, let me interrupt for a second.
Yeah, okay.
The way that this was presented in the GSP was that I can't remember what the number was. I think it maybe had been the 930 acre feet. They annualized and averaged it as far as the grand mass balance equations go. They did take the demands and identify the peak hour and size the facilities, the pumping plant, and the pipelines for the 8-hour delivery period, but they didn't address the annual variation, so to speak, that we just looked at on the first chart. So it's not just the irrigation demand is not just a straight line over the year. It has a peak and it has two very distinct valleys on either side. So what the difference between what you've seen in the plan and what you see here is accommodating the seasonal variation of the irrigation demand.
Okay, next slide, please.
Go ahead.
Okay, there are two basic alternatives for groundwater replenishment using recycled water. The term that's used at the state for groundwater replenishment using recycled water is indirect potable reuse, IPR. You have percolation ponds and you have deep well injection. Next slide, please. So both of these alternatives require, as you know, a much higher degree of treatment than for landscape irrigation. The regional board allows landscape irrigation to be done without nitrogen removal and without TDS treatment as part of a statewide policy to encourage the use of recycled water. So for either one of these groundwater replenishment alternatives, you have to use ultraviolet light as opposed to chlorine to disinfect it in order to avoid chlorination disinfection byproducts. And as I mentioned before, hydrogen peroxide is typically added nowadays to ultraviolet to increase its efficiency. Treatment has to be multi-barrier treatment against microbial contamination, and it has to meet these standards written here. This can be done partially by aquifer retention time. You need to do a tracer study or modeling in order to utilize that. The minimum time in the regulations for this, the minimum time underground is 2 months, which will establish then by modeling a minimum distance to the extraction wells. Nitrogen removal and TDS removal has to be implemented to comply with Title 22 drinking water standards and the state anti-degradation policy. So next slide, please. So to demonstrate why that's necessary, I've got a little table here that shows nitrate, nitrogen, and TDS values for the wastewater, for the groundwater, the in-place groundwater, and what the drinking water standard is. And you can see that the wastewater concentration is higher than both the ambient groundwater and the drinking water standard for both nitrogen and TDS, which would require that it be treated to comply with the drinking water standard and also for the state anti-degradation requirement, or anti-degradation policy, rather. Next slide, please. Now, comparing the two alternatives, the percolation alternative has a number of pretty significant disadvantages. First of all, we don't really understand the percolation potential in the Indian Wells Valley very well, and it would require significant further study to assess. Some previous analyses have indicated that, however, the percolation potential may be pretty low. Percolation, the demand for groundwater replenishment using percolation would be limited by that percolation potential, which is really a cost issue too, because the lower the percolation potential, the more property you have to purchase to build bigger ponds. If there are confining layers in the area where you're trying to percolate, the percolation will only replenish the upper aquifer. And if there aren't confining layers, it can take a considerable amount of time, years, for the water to percolate down to the actual aquifer. There's also potential for significant evaporation losses in the percolation ponds, and a lot more land is required for percolation than for deep well injection. For a deep well injection facility, you only need, an acre or so. So based on these considerations, we haven't given any further consideration to the percolation alternative in our discussion. Next slide, please. So for the deep well injection alternative, you have essentially unlimited demand. It's just limited by the number of injection wells that you want to construct. Advanced treatment is required. Just to reiterate, you need nitrogen removal, you need TDS removal. To do TDS removal, you're looking at most likely reverse osmosis with microfiltration pretreatment, UV hydrogen peroxide disinfection, and influent fluid equalization post advanced treatment clear well, booster station to pump over to the injection wells, transmission pipeline to the injection wells, and the injection wells themselves. Next slide, please. This is just a map taken right out of the GSP Appendix 5C that shows the proposed pipeline route from the treatment facility over to the injection site. And I think Chuck has a comment on this.
Yeah, just a real quick comment. I think that we'd be looking at putting the injection well farther to the west. Everybody recognizes it's just west of Jack's Ranch Road. And then if you go north just a couple ticks, you'll see the district's well 9 and 10 well field. And I don't know if we want to be that close to the wells that mandate arsenic removal when we're recovering this banked water or this supplemental water. So I think we put it closer to some of the westerly production facilities that the district owns and operates. That's just an observation. And of course, as with everything else on this concept, will require more study to refine the findings, but that is also a note that we wanted to draw attention to. So next slide, please. So this is a really short, little snapshot of the cost estimates that we utilized some from Stetson's report. We increased the size of the advanced treatment facilities. As Dave said, during low irrigation demand periods or no irrigation demand periods, that 1,250 GPM is still coming every day, every minute. So you'd want to take that, and you have to size those treatment facilities for that instantaneous and shouldn't say instantaneous, that consistent 1,250 gallons a minute. Stetson's report, as I said earlier, had annualized irrigation demands, and they prioritized irrigation demands, rightfully so, because they're cheaper to meet, and then sized the treatment plant for the balance of water that was not available over the annual average irrigation demand. So we had to upsize, is the bottom line. We had to upsize the treatment plant significantly because it went from, I don't know, I think it was like 400 gallons a minute, and now it's 1,250 gallons a minute, so more than doubling it.
Yeah, about 300 to about 1,100 to 1,200. So the cost went up by from 11 million to 21 million.
Treatment plant only.
Right. Correct.
Right. Okay, Dave, why don't you go ahead and touch on the cost table?
Okay, so for landscape irrigation, our cost was pretty close to what's in the GSP, except we added a little bit of additional cost for some storage, and we reduced the O&M cost a bit because the landscape irrigation was not going to be running all year. For groundwater replenishment, as Chuck already mentioned, we significantly increased the treatment plant cost and added a little bit more storage, and we increased the O&M cost a bit to take into account the fact that we'd be running more water through this facility than was envisioned in the GSP. So bottom line, you can see over on the far right column, 2,900 acre-feet a year cost, for $2,900 per acre-foot per year cost for the landscape irrigation, $6,100 per acre-foot per year cost for the groundwater replenishment with advanced treatment, and for the total project, about $4,700 per acre-foot per year. And I think that Chuck and I would be glad to take questions.
I do want to point out that these cost estimates we still consider very conservative, which is I think what the whole group needs to be looking at now. Now the way to, as we said earlier, the way to reduce the replenishment component or the advanced treatment component would be to have significant storage for wet weather flows, which is the same challenge that plagues every other district or agency that provides reclaimed water. As where do we put it in the wintertime? And I think, Dave, I think we calculated in order to use all of the irrigation demands, including Saracosa, I think it was 234 acre-feet of storage were needed, everybody. So that's a heck of a lot of water. And not sure where we'd put it.
Excuse me, Chuck and Dave, this is Don. The plant, you're estimating construction at $21 million. What would be your estimate for annual operation and maintenance costs?
Don, that is built into, when you say annual, you can see there's a three-column header right there, annual operation and maintenance cost. It's about $5 million for the treatment facilities.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
This is Ron.
That's including power, all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Chuck, that 24 billion gallon storage figure is on your annual the seasonal demand chart.
No, Dave. I'm sorry. I meant if we went beyond the 930 acre-feet a year, if we tried to really maximize all that usage, all the production for irrigation usage, we could do that. But you have to have a ton of storage because the more irrigation you add, the more storage that you need. So that would be essentially balancing. If you guys go back to the annual demand thing, you'd have to store anything that's outside of the green block. So that's a different thing, Dave. That's not just for this situation. I'm talking about if we added a whole bunch more irrigation, so we didn't. So we used it all on irrigation. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm sorry, Ron. Were you
I had a question. Why are we limiting our landscape irrigation to 845 acre-feet a year? Looking at the direction that you're, and again, this is preliminary, I know, for the location of the pipelines that are conveying the irrigation landscaping, couldn't that be made available to other users at the water district for their irrigation? If it's in an area where, they're willing to pay obviously for the meter and hook up or whatever's needed. So we're just limiting it to 845 based on those larger users. Is that correct?
That's correct. But even if you added other users, we're assuming the same irrigation patterns by day and month
Right.
will be applied to folks irrigating their yards. So anytime you're adding irrigation to that demand, to the 834, whatever it is, you need storage. That's the rub. What we're saying is that for zero storage, for zero reclaimed water storage, except for the 1.2 million, which they need during the day to help equalize, if you limit that, if you don't have any seasonal storage, that's as much as we can provide.
I'm not questioning the
Does that
storage
make sense?
requirements. I'm just questioning the fact that landscape irrigation, and I'm thinking of some cities and places I've been to where a lot of people, individual houses, everything are hooked up to an irrigation system for landscape irrigation. I don't know what rate they pay. I'm sure it's a separate meter and those kind of things. But I'm just saying, couldn't this landscape irrigation system be made available to the regular user of the water district? It's running in such a way that what is to prevent, let's say, a household from saying, hey, we got the irrigation line going right by here. I would like to go ahead and have an irrigation meter put in and water, do all my irrigation that way. So I'm just saying that I don't want to limit us to 845 because that could increase. Because, in the ideal world, that we might have an irrigation system available to many users in the Indian Wells Valley to get all that usage off of the potable water system. So so are we limited at 845? Could the system grow and the usage requirement increase on that? Again, I'm not questioning the storage. You're right that during those off-peak months when people aren't irrigating, we still need to find something to do with the water. Because obviously, again, everything boils down to the cost, and that's what I'm looking at. And so that was my question: is are we limited to 845? If you have, or are we allowing for other people to hook to the irrigation system if they're willing to pay whatever it may cost to hook up to it?
I don't see why not. You have to. There's standards that the health department applies, of course, when you're bringing reclaimed water in to irrigate your house. Make sure you don't cross-connect it with the domestic water system. But yeah, that if we ignore the storage requirement, and of course, as time goes on and if flows to the plant increase, that makes the instantaneous daily amount available for irrigation higher. So as that treated effluent grows, the number of customers that you could have on that, or number of demands, I should say, could be increased.
So as I see this cost estimate, if we were to move ahead looking at these two projects, which obviously run in tandem, then we're looking at a total estimated capital cost of $80 million. Is that what I see at the bottom line? And amortized to $4 million over 30 years, with the treatment, and distribution of the whole system at roughly $5.3 million a year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep. And again, these are broad strokes here. Don't put too.
I've got a. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got a number of comments and a couple questions. You used year 2017 sewer usage, I believe, and that I think came out of the GSP. I had told Stetson on 2 or 3 occasions that the latest number that I had for year 2018 was 2017 acre feet. In other words, 2,000 acre feet less than what was used in the GSP. Now, I expect over the next 3 or 4 years that we'll show a modest decrease in the amount of water going through the sewer plant. Part of that is because we are adding groundwater authority fees to our costs. And that will have an effect to reduce the groundwater usage. And then, of course, people have been for the last 3 or 4 years continuing to conserve as time goes on without an incentive. So my feeling is that we're going to be down probably to 21 or 2,200, my gut feel only, in terms of what really is going to be available. But the 2,700 number is off. This new report, I think, shows a much better understanding of the seasonal irrigation usage, and I really do appreciate that because it was very slim in the GSP. But otherwise, much of it is very similar to the GSP. Now, the GSP was deficient in that it did not indicate who would pay for the recycling cost. We need to identify who benefits and who pays. And I guess my feeling is that the city has no money. So, again, we need to look at benefit and cost and who is paying. And I think we need to start looking at that before we go much further. This new report shows a higher, pardon me, go back. The new report shows double the capital costs than the GSP for the groundwater injection, but shows a much higher or larger recycling capacity. And I think you went into that in some detail, and I think that explains the majority of why your capital costs are double what the GSP says. However, this new report shows a higher interest rate than necessary, I believe. The state revolving fund had 3 or 4 years ago, I don't know what it is right now, 1% interest for recycling projects, and also 3 or 4 years ago it had 50% grants for their money for capital. And if you enter into all these costs, the fact that at one point in time the state had 50% grants, and obviously the state is high on Sigma, it may be possible to get a large amount of money due to grants, which would lower these costs significantly. And of course the 1% interest rate would also lower it. Now, for what it's worth, the interest that I calculated on your capital loans was almost exactly 1/3 of what you show on your sheet. And I wasn't able to find out or determine why I was 1/3 of what your amortized capital cost was. But it might be something that you might want to look at.
Okay.
My feeling is that splitting the recycling into multiple efforts increases the capital costs and makes all efforts less affordable. In other words, what we're doing is minimizing rather than maximizing the benefit of the wastewater recycling. Having multiple projects, especially the one where in the injection we have to design for the maximum capacity to start with. When you're not using it at maximum capacity, all you're doing is building up the cost of all of the water that you're sending through it. So my feeling is what we need to look at is, besides a mix, is we need to look at recycling it all or injecting it all and do a cost comparison and see who wants to pay for it. Might actually be the determining factor. We need a little over 2,000 acre feet in terms of allocated water usage when you look at the GA chart. And my feeling is that there's a little over 2,000 acre feet of recycled water available, and that will begin to grow again as soon as our city starts growing again, and when our indoor use gets to be a higher percent of the total use. In other words, the outdoor use, I think, is going to go down. Indoor use, because of people moving in and more people, the indoor use will go up, which means that the water going through the treatment plant will go up. And so in any event, I think what we need to do is to look at more alternatives, because what we're doing now just minimizes, in my mind, the impact of what we could get out of this. That was something that I don't know why Stetson did that. They used the word maximize, but I'm not sure what they were trying to maximize. And also my last comment is the decision for where the new wastewater treatment plant is going to be located hasn't been made yet. And the location of that plant is going to make a difference with regard to pipelines and distances and that kind of thing. So we want to keep our eyes and ears open to what's going on there. My personal opinion is from a standpoint of the water district, we need more than 2,000 acre feet of water in terms of our allocation. This would be an ideal place to get it. I'm not against using water for irrigation, but it's not going to help our ratepayers. As far as I can see, I haven't seen any numbers that indicate that our ratepayers will be better off if water is recycled for landscape. So there was actually one little question in there, and that was about the interest. And the rest of them were comments, I guess. Thank you.
Before the answer, Stan, I'd like to say something. I agree with you. I'm looking at this and saying maybe it should be one or the other. But obviously, if we do all landscape irrigation, then we're talking about massive amount of storage needed. So it almost says if you're going to do one or the other, you're going to groundwater replenishment, and that is where I'm tending to lean, because if you look at the cost of the landscape irrigation capital costs at over $44 million, even though the operational costs are mostly borne by the replenishment, it's almost like the replenishment is the way to go in terms of cost. And I agree with you on things. There's money available, for 30 years under 3%. There may be things from the state.
Well under 3%.
Yeah, and well under 3%. Total capital cost, hopefully there's grants out there that let's just say we agreed on the groundwater replenishment. Who knows? We might be able to find, $20 to $25 million in grants and not have to bear the whole load. And I have to assume, I've done a lot of engineering project estimates for large projects, and so I have to assume that Krieger and Stewart probably is being very, I would say, conservative in meaning they're looking at the high cost of things. I'm hoping what I see here is worst case scenario, like using the 3% for 30 years, assuming we're paying all the capital costs. So if you begin to look at that, you refine this better, as Stan is saying, that I'm not against an irrigation system, but that's also another whole department for the water district. If it isn't just the cost of this, but then you have a department that's maintaining an irrigation system, depending how many people are hooked to it, a different metering system, a different metering cost system. There's all kinds of things hidden in there which come to light. I'm not disagreeing with it, but I like the idea of looking at the whole 2,000 plus is groundwater replenishment, and then when we start refining numbers and see what is available out there in terms of grants and assistance. That would be my belief. So I guess I'm agreeing with you there, Stan. and
that's all right.
Yeah,
all right.
I can do that. Yeah.
I can't believe I'm hearing that, but I also agree as far as what we do with the water would be to replenish also, rather than put all the money on irrigation. Let's put it back into the ground and go from there. So, Don, did you have anything to ask her?
David? If the GA replenishment fee goes into position, I think you'll see a lot of those landscaping opportunities diminishing dramatically. So I think that the clearest way forward is for groundwater replenishment.
And of course, the other hump we need to get over is, and Stan mentioned it, I thought the city was closer to a location because I'm hearing that in August we'll know everything. But you've been following it for 20 years, so you know what's going on. So my question is, what do we need to do to come to an agreement with the city that we're willing to take on this part of the cost of using the effluent from the wastewater treatment plant? And where do we go to assure that we can acquire that? Because that's very important as well. If there's anybody in competition for it, it would, in my opinion, would probably have to be Cerros Valley. I agree. And if that happens, they're obviously going to have 2,000, whatever they're pumping now, available for sale, I assume. In other words, if they pay for this, to get.
Well, they don't have an allocation to sell, though.
No. They have a certain amount of water that they're being allocated. We'll look at the chart later, but let's just say they're pumping right now 2,100.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? They're going to say, okay, well, if I get my 2,100 from here, I don't need that water anymore, so let me sell it. So all that needs to be negotiated and worked out. I like the idea of the groundwater replenishment and to do whatever we can to enter into agreements with the city and sort of move ahead on that and start laying that out, because that's 2,000 plus acre feet.
Yeah. Well, I think the letter that we wrote to the city made it very clear we're willing to negotiate all terms and all costs, and we want to do what's best for our ratepayers, which, quite frankly, is 95% citizens of Ridgecrest. So, I mean, we've got common objective. Let's see if we can't work with them. And I think we've made our offer as clear as possible, offering to negotiate, even buying the water, the plant, all the processing, everything, take that off of their hands. So we just need to move forward. I agree.
I'm going to ask Chuck a question. Typical where you see cities that utilize the wastewater treatment or the water district, is it purchased from the owner of the wastewater treatment plant, or is agreement met that if we get that wastewater, we'll supply you? I mean, what are the options? I sort of picture, here's this pipeline where the effluent is coming out, and either that's for sale, and what the sale price is, that's what I don't understand. Do you have any experience with that?
Well, yeah, you'd have to negotiate that purchase price. The city of Palm Springs sells secondary treated water to the Desert Water Agency, who then puts it through tertiary treatment. I'm not sure what they pay. Dave, if you have any idea what they pay the city of Palm Springs, go ahead and chime in.
I don't have that figure, Chuck. Sorry.
Okay, so that's something that's mutually negotiated, and I can't give you the number for how much that water is. I'd like to make a couple points. This analysis is based on post-tertiary treatment. So we're assuming the city will be constructing and operating a tertiary treatment facility. Just make sure that everybody's clear on that. We're not taking their secondary that they're talking about now. If the district decided to purchase secondary treated water, this advanced treatment process would need to include a tertiary treatment facility.
Yeah. One way or the other, the city residents will be paying for the tertiary, whether they pay it through their sewer bill or whether they pay it through their water bill.
Stan, do you have any feel? You've been following this for so long. Do you have a feel? I thought the city was looking at tertiary treatment.
Well, they're looking at it, but it was not part of the calculated cost in the last. It was sort of an add-on. Well, if we wanted to go to tertiary and it was this capacity, it would be this additional cost. But from a standpoint of their project that they went out and costed and what we're now paying for, tertiary is not a baseline element. Although they have looked at it, and they have some idea what the costs are, and it's in the report. It's a 2015 report, and it's available if you need it. I can give it to Don, or Don probably already has it, and he can get it to you. It's
and I have
pretty
to believe
straightforward.
That if we're buying secondary water as opposed to tertiary treated water, the secondary water is going to be a lot cheaper.
Absolutely.
And so, where's the city thinking? But it should still
go back into the wastewater fund as income to lower the cost of the sewer fees.
But you make a very good point. Regardless of whether it's paid for in the sewer fee or in the water fee, the same people are paying for it. Okay.
Okay, I see we have a public comment up there. If we want to go ahead and go to them.
The only thing that I was going to say that it's probably occurred to everybody, though, that this is an uninterruptible supply. It's not like the State Water Project. If there's challenges with delivery in the state, they reduce what they give to their table A holders. But this is, as I said earlier, it's all day, every day, and it's not going to be affected by climate or maintenance or anything else.
Okay, did you call in on that, or? Okay, so we still have a public comment out there that we can go to?
Yes.
Name and address, please?
Yes, I did.
Okay, Judy. We got you.
This is Judy Decker. There's such a time lag, Chuck, that it's not very coordinated on my end.
Okay.
I want to remind you that at your last workshop, the subject came up, but not in this detail. And I strongly recommended that the water district take over the entire sewer facility from one end to the other. The water district has the capability and the knowledge to do it. They have the capability of making the whole thing a lot more efficient. And as Stanley reported to you, the people that are paying their sewer fee, which is not going for sewer improvements, are the same people that buy water from the water district. The other issue I have is having the water district buy the water and turn around and sell it to Seals Valley Minerals. The same amount of water is about what Seals Valley Minerals uses for their processing plant. If they used the sewer facility water, they would be pumping 2,000 plus less acre feet annually from the same area where the water district pumps. So I think that's something you need to look at too. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Is there any other board comments on this at all?
I guess I'm asking is Don, are you looking for direction where to proceed with this? And because I don't want to drop it and just end up here. Are you looking for board direction on to continue to refine some of these things, the projects and such?
Well, yeah, I think you've given some good feedback to Chuck and Dave already on a preference for one project as opposed to two. So I think, we're looking at refining what they presented here.
I think so, and it sounds to me like most of the board's in agreement about the using it as all replenishment. And if that's the case, that you can narrow you down some and concentrate there. Thank you.
I think it's unanimous.
Yeah, I think everybody wants the same thing here. So, okay, I think we're going to go ahead and go to number A3 now. We got another comment up there. Okay, go ahead and put them through. Go ahead and state your name and address.
Yes, this is Mike Neal. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. After hearing some of the discussion and hearing Stan's comments on this, and I'm sitting at a desk so I can run the numbers real quick. The idea of just having all groundwater replenishment plant and just scratching the landscape irrigation component. If you just do that, it's actually pretty easy. You've got all the numbers in front of you. You eliminate all that total capital cost, 44 plus million, and the distribution and so forth cost. You fold that 845 acre feet per year that have already been stated. You have to be able to process that anyway, and you look at then what ends up being your total annual cost in dollars per acre foot per year, instead of what's on your table right now showing it the $6,000 for groundwater replenishment. It ends up being $3,400 per acre foot per year for that. So that's still a little higher than what I had hoped. It might actually end up being that what the GA is trying to push us into is buying water at over at $2,000 an acre foot. But of course, that cost over time is no doubt going to go up. And if we are managing to supply basically all the needs of the water district locally, and with this plant, that 3,400, whatever it ends up being around that in that number, is not going to be the threat of externally being push to go up higher on us. So that cost could be a lot more, something more reliable that we could count on. And of course, the cost itself, as far as the details of that, could be reduced by what has already been stated, that we get the city property at the south end of the valley down there off of Ridgecrest Boulevard. And if you look at the map that was shown previously, you save a lot of pipeline cost on that. So the actual total capital cost for that plant probably could be reduced quite a bit, because it's simply not as far from the proposed well and out to the south city property that we could easily make use of. So that just to make these comments, just so you guys have this, under your belts here, looking and going forward. The biggie is, of course, getting the city to turn loose of its wastewater treatment plant and put it under the control and possibly ownership of the water district. That seriously needs to happen. We have had, just to be quite honest, some very questionable management of that whole thing by the city over the last number of years. And, my experience in the last couple of years dealing with the water district is that I just simply trust them more to do what's best for the people in this town with this facility than I do the city. All right. So thanks.
Thank you, Mike.
And by the way, I don't want to argue with his number, but I don't believe he took into account of the fact that if we can get a 50% grant for some of those capital costs, that number goes down
substantially. Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, the way we view it when we put these things together is to point out the worst case kind of costs that we're looking at, and anything that the district can achieve or anybody can achieve by securing grants or loans from the state will result in either money without interest applied or very low interest applied. But we don't want to anticipate success in those endeavors, so we try to give it to you as if that weren't able to happen.
No, we understand that completely. Anybody else?
It's an interesting idea that the water district could purchase the waste treatment facilities, but I'd be a little reluctant to do that without inspecting the waste treatment facilities. I know we've had some interesting experiences buying out water systems in Ridgecrest, and it might be more expensive than it would in the long run to buy it or take it over. Build a new one, yeah, we'd ultimately have to do that.
The city doesn't actually own the water treatment plant. It is an enterprise fund that is supposed to be totally independent of the city general fund, and it's supposed to operate that way. And it does more or less. But there is $30 million already, or more than $30 million in a fund to build the new wastewater treatment plant. So most of the old wastewater treatment plant, I think, is going to be history very soon, hopefully, because I'm tired of paying for a new one starting 6 or 7 years ago and still using the old one. But I don't think there's a money liability issue because, again, the wastewater fund stands by itself, and I think there shouldn't be any problem with actually assuming the control of the wastewater fund and the management of the process, the work. I believe they have like 5 or 6 people working there that are pretty much dedicated to one and only one thing. So it's a pretty straightforward operation.
It's not just the acquisition of the ponds and the plant. It's also, if we're to take over the sewage system, it would be to take over all the piping as well.
Oh, that would
and
be
the
another
entirety
option.
of the system, which is what I'm
that would
concerned
be another
about.
Option, certainly.
And the other thing to consider with that is that in the day when we are using low-flow toilets and other low-flow appliances, sewer systems around the world, especially larger cities, are discovering that there isn't enough flow through the system to keep the pipes clean, and that would be a maintenance nightmare because that's only going to get worse.
Well, we need to look at that, but
okay,
something to look at.
2 good points down there. Let's go to A3. previous efforts water banking project with LADWP and future consideration of the same. Don, you've been working on this.
I think Mr. Krieger was going to give an introduction for this.
Okay. Chuck, you out there?
Sure, I'm here.
Okay.
Sure, I have my, I'm not muted. So for many years, as I think we've kind of touched on before, the district had been meeting, with LADWP, discussing the resources that they were acquiring and looking to acquire in the Owens Valley, and discussing the possibility of a wheeling agreement, generally consisting of the district somehow securing state water contract water, not necessarily through a table A entitlement, but maybe a spot market or some other ways. Convey that to the city of Los Angeles, and the city of Los Angeles would allow us to take an equal amount out of the aqueduct. Of course, the first, I should step back. The first proposal was, hey, you have capacity in your aqueduct, and we have water that we may want to wheel from Owens down to Ridgecrest. What do you say? And, they said, well, if we do it for you, then everybody else would want to do it, and we're not interested in that. And so then we started looking at, well, if we acquire from State Water, maybe we can just exchange for 1-to-1 or a combination of those things. But LA was always, they were polite and they listened to us, but nothing really ever came about it until 2008, when they sent out an RFP for a conjunctive use project, where they were looking for partners where they could store their East Side Sierra water for times of peak need, and wanted to figure out who was out there, who was offered a good deal. So the district prepared a proposal for that. It was in June of 2009, and the district's proposal included geological study about where would be a good site to place a banking program in the Indian Wells Valley, and the El Paso Basin became kind of a prioritized location, in large part because the aqueduct runs right through the middle of it, and there's not a large lift to pump groundwater out of a bank that would be there and put it back into the LA aqueduct. The district was selected as the preferred partner in that endeavor, and we proceeded to negotiate next steps with them, and one of the most important parts of the next steps was exploration in the El Paso to gain a better understanding of the lithology down there, the percolation capacity, the porosity. Is this in fact a good place to bank water based on the kind of materials that were underground there? So that was going to involve a test well for extraction and a pilot recharge facility. And so we were laying that process out. The terms of the agreement generally were, we're going to dedicate this banking facility to LA and only LA, so there won't ever be any kind of political mess with who gets what when they're pulling it out. That they, I don't know what verb to use here, but they give consideration that it would help implement a wheeling element where the district could wheel water from Owens into the Indian Wells Valley. And they would also leave, I think, 5% behind as a storage fee for whatever water they put in. So if they put 100 units in, they can take 95 out, and the rest remains for kind of local benefit. Those efforts waned and then went by the wayside on LA's initiative. And they were saying they're going to step back and take a look at, different deals that were occurring at the time. They changed some of the rates on the State Water Project. They changed some of the rates that they were paying to Metropolitan Water District, the LA that is. And so they had told us that they had a lot of moving parts and they wanted to reconsider. And that was the last kind of that happened formally with LA. And I think that I know that there's been periodic communication with them, but that's the essence of, we felt really good when the RFP was accepted, as I'm sure you guys can imagine. And very disappointed when it didn't go through. But we have the whole kind of plan in place. We discussed this a little bit at I think it was a workshop last year about maybe perhaps doing some of that exploratory work in El Paso to prove whether the theory could be backed up with real information. So I think that's kind of where we are with them, and I still think that if we implement something with LA, they're going to say, what's in it for us? What makes you different than everybody else? And as it was in 2009, and I think it still is now, what makes us different is a dedicated banking facility to them, right along their aqueduct alignment. I think that should probably be still very attractive, but I don't know what their view is these days.
Okay. Is there any questions of Chuck?
Chuck, this is Don. If my memory serves me right, they put in 100% of the water, and potentially they're only able to remove approximately 80%. So we inherit, if you will, that other 20%.
I'm not familiar with those numbers, Don. I think it's the ones that I'm familiar with are between 3 and 5%. My recollection is that they were talking 5% with LA. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But the real plus with that kind of project, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chuck, is that if the infrastructure was installed for water banking, it now leaves us open for the possibility of water exchange, whether such as we buy it from the state water project and make an exchange for water. So now the infrastructure is there to not only bank, but to also move water if we need to. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, it'd be an exchange, right? So
yeah, it'd be an exchange.
County Water Agency. Yeah.
And I'm also thinking about the wells that the Indian Wells Valley has up in the Owens area. I'm not sure what they're capable of, but our problem now is we have no way to get it here. So there's all kinds of opportunities there, and we all know that the big hurdle here is a political one. And Don, you've had some informal discussions with the IWV since that time, have you not? Is there anything you could share with those? Because I'm hearing everything that they would be willing to talk, that they might pay for the infrastructure if it went through.
You'll recall we had a discussion at the Groundwater Authority meeting, I think 2 meetings ago, and the last word we had from LADWP is that they are not interested in selling water, and they are not interested in exchanging water, but they are interested in a banking project. And when we had those talks with regard specifically to the banking project, they did indicate that they would be willing to pay the cost for putting in the infrastructure for that project. Some of the caveats were that they did not want to be the lead agency or to do the CEQA on that. If there was a partner, Water District or Groundwater Authority would do the environmental work. That would be their desire. The one thing they made clear, and we've said this in the Groundwater Authority meetings as well, is that any project, any banking project that would go forward would have to be considered a win for all three, for the Groundwater Authority, for Inyo County, and for LADWP. What that particular agreement would be, it remains to be seen how you could benefit all three, but those were the stipulations they put on it. They didn't want to do the environmental, and they didn't want to be the lead agency, and it had to be a win for all three parties.
So it seems to me, I'm sorry.
County? Have we spoken with Inyo County? When I hear words like LA would like to store Eastern Sierra water, that leads me to believe, though, that would be years of excess water up north that they would like to store here to transfer down to LA in years of less excess, which would ultimately mean more water taken out of the Inyo County area, which would mean however you cut it, a net loss of water for Inyo County?
The answer is that neither Mono or Inyo are interested at all in having Los Angeles bank water in the valley. There is a certain level of distrust, as you might imagine. So if you were going to try to get Inyo and Mono County to buy in, you'd have to sweeten the pot a little bit. And first you'd have to address their distrust, which means you would have to have somebody from the county staff in those counties with open access to any of the information that the plant might generate, so they can make sure that the water numbers that are being reported are accurate. I don't see that's a real issue. And the other is that the extraction of water from those two counties has limited their growth and severely, in some cases, dried up several of their towns. So you have to find something that they need or would like to have, and we might try the possibility of saying we're going to, we'll say we're getting 5,000 acre feet as part of our agreement on average, just to have a number, offer to pay Inyo and Mono a fee for the water that we're extracting so that they at least get something out of it, a remuneration that would help them with their budgets and would be something they could take to their voters to say, look, at least we're going to get something for this instead of just, you know, having our water stripped and given away.
I think there's two issues here. One is water banking, and then was eventually using it for water exchange. I'd like to concentrate on the water banking because it seems to me that has the most potential. Now, my feeling about it is, and I don't understand the world of water purchases and what LADWP is entitled to or what they have, what they can take out of those areas up there. It's a considerable amount. And you have to remember, last time they had excess, they were just spilling it out. They're just spilling it wherever they could spill it because they were producing it regardless. So I don't think we're saying that they're going to produce additional water or try to take additional water out beyond what they're allowed to take. And I had I went and did a lot of study on LADWP, and it was up to 450, 1,000 acre feet a year, and then it's down to 250. And there's a certain amount they're capped at this particular point. And so that won't change based on the fact they're banking water, is what I'm saying. And I believe that I won't call it the low-lying fruit here because there's a lot of hurdles, but it's almost like if we concentrated on banking, regardless of what that means to us in the long run, whether it's 5%, 10%, it's always a negotiable number. That what we're doing is we're saying, okay, now we're going to have some water available in the wet years that we didn't have before, but the infrastructure is there to continue negotiations, no matter how long it takes, for maybe a water exchange. So my feeling is that we ought to concentrate on trying to resurrect the water banking agreement that they had in 2008 and somehow find a way to move ahead with it. I agree with you, David, that something needs to be done with Inyo County, but I don't think it's going to be at our level. I don't think it's going to be at the county supervisor level. I think it's going to be a lot higher than that. That's possible. And so that's the bottom line. I mean, obviously, who benefits from this? Not only does the water district benefit, but also the valley benefits and also the naval base benefits, because now you have a sustainable amount of water available if that's allowed to happen. Mm-hmm. So we're getting into the point where, comments made about us here that we're going to be on composting toilets and that's the only way we're going to get our water saved is, I don't think the Navy likes to hear that. I would hope they don't. and that you'll see that the decision of I don't like to force anybody's hand, but we're talking 5,000 acre feet. That's literally a drop in the bucket for LADWP on an exchange. And I realize the political feelings, I realize the emotional feelings, I understand all that's happening, but it's going to be a lot higher than us that works it out. So what I'm saying is, I think if we try to concentrate on the banking part of it, that gets us something and it gets an infrastructure in place.
So I agree that the type of political power and influence required to get this through is going to be above that of the Indian Wells Valley Water District, but we are their neighbors, and to be fair, we need to make sure, or as best we can ensure, that they are compensated so that they don't feel that they're just being taken advantage of again.
But so then who has the action to do what?
I don't, because of the political roadblock here, I'm not sure how far we can go with this until we have some kind of a green light I think the water district needs to be the one that would take on working with LADWP on this project like we have in the past. We have the history of it since 2008. But giving any kind of a go-ahead to the staff at this time, I'm not sure where they would go, unless maybe talk to LADWP again, ask if they're interested or not.
Well, Inyo County and LADWP has basically told us no, period. So we need to figure it out from there. I know Inyo County's told us no, that they will not allow water to come across county lines. And we have had several discussions with LADWP. Don's had several personally, and they're not real willing to work unless we come up with a plan to give to them that they're the major benefiter of it. So I don't know what the answer would be to that, and unless Chuck Krieger could figure something out, and Jim Worth. But like you said, it's above our level, you know.
I think
that's my opinion.
That we might consider this having. We're talking about importing from the south and importing from the north. That we should have a short study of the costs for both and the estimated amount of time it would take to get them done, so that we can take that cost comparison to the stakeholders on the GA, the counties, and let's say the other organizations in the valley, such as the Department of Defense, and explain that the cost is likely to be considerably cheaper to get it from the north, but that we need to get that moved forward, and that we have to find a way to make sure that it's a win-win situation for everybody. So just a quick comparison of the price of both. Otherwise, we're just going to be talking, and we have to have some kind of a package of information we can go and
again, you're talking bringing water into the valley through a trade. At this particular point, the GA is going to be deeply involved in that, along with the Navy's going to work with us on. As far as the costs go, we know what those costs are. We know one's twice the cost of the other. Mm-hmm. So that's not the issue. What I'm saying for the water district is we don't worry about that import-export part of the water or trade of the water. What we worry about is strictly banking, that we concentrate on getting the banking project through. Then that gives an alternative later on down the line if all the kinks can be worked out, or the compensation or the trade, to make everyone happy on a water trade. But I feel that the water banking project is so important because it puts an inexpensive, nothing's inexpensive, don't get me wrong here, but a lot less expensive alternative in place that could be looked at for a future trade of water if that is made possible.
I think we're in violent agreement, Ron.
Yeah, okay.
We are. We're in violent agreement.
So the point is, how do we proceed at the water district? Do we just sit and wait?
No, I think our neck is on the line if the GA decides to run a pipe to the south.
Yeah.
And I've heard people say, well, you guys have gotten off scot-free for years. Now you need to pay how much water really is worth. I think that sounds an awful lot like let them eat cake. And I don't like that. So it's up to us to come up with the GA, I don't believe, is intending to come up with a comparison. We should come up with a comparison ourselves so we can pitch the case that this is the better way to get that 5,000 acre feet than running a pipeline down to Mojave.
Good. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, we have another public comment up there. Okay, go ahead. State your name and address, please.
Yes, this is Mike Neal. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, as regards this potential water banking agreement with Los Angeles, I think that, number one, the realities of the situation I have not heard discussed, and that is the history of who you're dealing with, could possibly be dealing with here. And we all know the history of the aqueduct and how Los Angeles went about acquiring that and getting that put in place. We all know the long history of all the water battles of Inyo County with Los Angeles. And I just basically have to say, if I was on the board, I would be extremely hesitant to think about putting any actual trust in Los Angeles at all. I mean, water banking basically is, let's put in a big, huge injection well, and we're going to bring in water, and then we're going to tell you well, we're going to pump out less than what we put in every year. Well, who polices that? Who guarantees that that's actually what happens? What you guys are talking about to get 5,000 acre feet is LA would have to put 100,000 acre feet, and I don't know, that sounds kind of formidable to me to put 100,000 acre feet into a well over a year, but maybe that's not a big deal. And then they'd only dry out 95,000 acre feet and leave us with the extra 5. Well, who reads the meters? Who guarantees that that's what's happened? It's basically a matter of, do you trust these people that you're going to be making this agreement with? And if you don't really trust them a lot, do you have a good way to police that? And on the whole front end of that, whose lawyers draw up the agreements, and how does this get guaranteed that we don't get basically ripped off by Los Angeles instead of benefited? Now, the fact of the matter is, whatever lawyer the water district was to go find, Los Angeles is going to be able to find one that's a whole lot more experienced, because they can pay them 10 times more of what we can afford to pay our lawyers to try to guarantee the integrity of this project. And then the other thing is, I don't know if you've been paying attention to statements by the Inyo County guy sitting on the GA board, but numerous things that they have said basically boils down to this: we don't want anybody else getting a gallon of water out of the aqueduct. They have come to regard that water basically as their water that's been stolen from them, and if they think anyone else is getting any water out of that, they're going to fight that. And they've proven to be real tenacious for a small, not very well-funded county, fighting with Los Angeles over the years. So you're going to have the trust factor with LA to deal with, and you're going to have the opposition factor from Inyo and Mono counties to deal with on this. And if I was on the board, I just really would be very hesitant to even think about going here, because I would not at all be sure that in the long run this wouldn't end up being a detriment to the valley.
Okay, we're going to get a comment from Ron.
Yeah. First of all, we're not advocating getting all the water through a water banking project. I think that's nigh impossible. What I'm advocating for the fact is that an infrastructure goes in that's affordable for eventual wheeling of water that is, less than half the cost of the AVEC project. So what I'm hearing is that let's ignore the possibility of bringing water from the north and spend $200+ million on a project plus $108 million a year to operate it, as opposed to getting infrastructure put in that may be paid for by the LADWP, hopefully, and I don't know if this was in the agreement before, operated jointly or by the district or jointly with the water district. So the issue of keeping track of what water goes in and goes out would fall into the district's hands if we were party to the water banking. So that issue could be watched very closely. I can't speak for lawyers and agreements. I agree with Mike in that LADWP has hundreds of lawyers, if not thousands of lawyers, paid good money, and that any kind of contract that would have to be entered would have to be really looked over very, very closely on how it's operated. But I'm just saying that when you start talking about, if you agree that we need water in this valley, it comes from two places: AVEC from the south, or a trade with LADWP from the north. If in fact if we concentrate strictly on water banking, don't even think about bringing any additional water through it, then we have an infrastructure in place that will cost us minimal amount or nothing to look at the future of bringing water to the valley. Because in my opinion, the AVEC project, and David St. Amant has said it a million times, is so extreme for the cost of the project. And if anybody thinks that's going to happen very quickly because you're crossing federal reserve land, state reserve land, I don't know how many environmental companies are going to come out, or environmental organizations are going to fight the heck of bringing anything through there. So we're talking about millions of dollars, lots of time, and the operating cost of an AVEC project, we just can't afford it. Just the operating cost we can't afford. So I'm just leaning towards the fact that we need to keep working, and maybe there is a solution. We don't know. Money talks. Maybe it's the fact, like David said, we come to an agreement that this is what we're going to limit it to, and this is how it's going to happen. Because LADWP has already said before, they want the three parties involved to all get something from it and be happy. I mean, that's pretty well the way they want it. Although they could say, hey, it's our water, we can do what we want. But they're choosing to think about what's going on up there and the perception of what they're doing and trying to, I guess, mend fences. But And I don't blame them. And so I'm just saying that the water banking project affords us the opportunity to get an infrastructure in at a minimal cost that has the potential down the road of some kind of water exchange.
So we're going to have to come up with a source of water. We cannot go back to doing what we have been doing for the last 100 years, which is depleting the basin. For the people who think we can just let this all go and continue to overdraft by a factor of 3, that is not going to happen. And even if you were able to get it to go back to that constant massive overdraft, you're just telling the folks that are coming behind you that I've got what I've got and to hell with the rest of you. So we've got to find a solution, and it may be impossible. We may never get an agreement from the North, but we owe it to everybody who lives in the valley now and lives in the valley in the future to at least look into that and try to come up with a solution that doesn't triple our costs to the customer base.
One thing we haven't talked about, this is an alternate water supply discussion. We haven't talked about looking for local water exploration. I haven't given up that there may be some areas of our aquifer that are underutilized and not totally connected that we could take some water out of perhaps and add to what we currently have or are using. Another thing, if I recall, the GSP has an effort to move some pumping to the north. As a matter of fact, even the scenarios showed, I believe, transferring some of our pumping up north closer to where the farmers are pumping. And if indeed there is water there that's not impacting the groundwater where the shallow wells are, that's also another possibility that I think needs to be looked at. And I was hoping that Tim Parker would be here today and maybe add some insight into what's going on in that area. And obviously, he's looked at the results of all the SkyTem data and all the other data. At some point in time, we do need to do some exploration, and I'd hate to see us just stop. We don't need to get a lot of water from any one place to help us out. So that's another discussion I think that needs to be had.
Well, there may be water in the valley that remains unexploited, but the problem with regard to state law is that that's still within the basin. And even if we use that, that doesn't remove the obligation that the state has laid upon us to attain sustainability. It just it distributes the pumping, which is a good thing, but it doesn't get us out from under the rules that we're trying to meet.
Yeah, well, I guess my point was it would have to be such that it didn't have any significant impact on the water levels of where there's already shallow wells that are going down. I totally agree.
Okay.
Right, but this is Jim Worth. But your scenario, Stan, would not. That's not the district getting new water. It's just moving our pumping around. Doesn't change.
Well, we don't know that, Jim. That's that. If you take for granted the pronouncement from the GA that we are fixed at 7,650 acre feet per year, and there's absolutely no way that there's ever going to be or would ever been a change to that, then you're right. But again, there's some wiggle room there, and we don't know for sure. I mean, it's our best estimate, but it is an estimate.
Okay. And I believe that the project's still on the board for a monitoring well into Southwest that DWR agreed to pay for. There's some delay in the timing or location of it. Is that it, Don?
Yes, to my knowledge, DWR still has funding for a well to be drilled this year. I haven't heard much about it because that's pretty much been passed on to Stetson to determine where to do the drilling. So I'm not sure. I know it's supposedly in the queue with DWR to drill that well this year.
Yeah,
Specifically where it's going to be and when they're going to drill it, I haven't heard.
That will be fine if indeed the well is drilled such that it can do performance testing on it, as opposed to just monitoring the water level. it may be a slight difference, but it's still meaningful, and we need to make sure that when we dig it, that we're going to be able to tell whether or not we can pump it and what happens to the water levels.
I know the TAC has been involved, so I'm hoping those questions were asked, because the TAC has been involved with that particular well, location
Right.
selections and things like that.
But it keeps getting pushed out.
I don't know why. I don't know why it's got pushed out or dropped from the conversation, but it still exists.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm saying is, again, that adds to the uncertainty of how much water we really need. And so what we need to do is try to reduce the uncertainty in knowing and understanding what our needs are before we start going off headlong into assuming that we're going to have to buy 5,000 or 8,000 acre feet from importation.
When the brackish well was, not the brackish well, when the well was first being proposed to be funded by DWR, the brackish group was involved working with Stetson to try and determine where the best location would be. And the goal was to try and align it with existing SkyTem data, because SkyTem flew that area, but there are not a lot of existing wells in that area with geophysical logs and such. And obviously when SkyTem produces the data, they need actual physical wells with geophysical logs to make sure that their interpretation matches what those logs show. So brackish group was involved, but the goals kind of changed a little bit. Stetson, the groundwater authority, said, well, we need to actually put the well where we will get the best information, and it may not align with the SkyTem flight line. So again, brackish group backed out of it. Stetson now is working on location. I believe they've had conversations with the BLM. I haven't been involved directly, but I believe they've had some conversations with the BLM about some potential locations. Again, I don't know that at this point there has been a specific location selected. We're almost into August, and again, from what I was told, DWR had the funding available to drill a well this year. So I think they need to.
Yeah, but I guess I would just hope that when we're looking for the location as well, we worry less about the overflight profiles than we do in trying to look at finding water, because that is our ultimate goal.
Wasn't
hopefully you can
Mojave
meet
Pistachios
both
going to help
objectives.
us with that El Paso? Wasn't Mojave Pistachios going to help us with the El Paso research up there at one time? They were going to lend a hand in us getting that well drilled?
I don't believe they were. No, they were involved with the brackish group in trying to select a couple of potential locations, but I don't believe they were offering up money to fund the well.
Okay. Okay, if there's no other questions on the board here, we'll go to one more public comment. Go ahead and state your name and address.
This is Judy Decker again. I have several comments. One is, Stanley, this valley has been studied since 1911 and shown how much recharge we have, and that it's really mostly all one basin. And if you go and put wells up to the northwest, you will be denying recharge water to everyone that's southeast of there. If you're really concerned about something, you guys need to be concerned about the potential geothermal project that you guys did write a letter about that was ignored along with everybody else's. If that project goes through, it's going to be taking water from Rose Valley. We get approximately, according to the reports, a third of our recharge from Rose Valley. So think about that one too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judy. Okay, anything else? You want to try to?
You have the direction that I guess what I'm advocating is that we don't let the possibility of water banking drop. That we keep the communication lines open and keep thinking about how that can benefit us, and don't let it come off the board. And maybe we brainstorm at the water management meeting ideas of how to make it happen.
I would agree.
Yeah.
As long, as long as we're not using an awful lot of staff resources or
Yeah.
funding,
Yeah.
we should keep track of it. I don't disagree there. I don't think we want to place right now a lot of I wouldn't want our future to be based upon that effort.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, if it's an option where there's any possibility of it happening, and it's not costing us a lot of money, there's no reason not to.
And I've always said it's a piece of the puzzle. The answer here isn't just one thing. And I think we've agreed that the wastewater treatment plant is number one, and then maybe we put banking at number two. But this is not just one answer. It's a mosaic of different answers, and that's why I think we need to keep this one on the board.
Yeah, I guess that's what I was going to ask, was direction from the board, because as you know, there's so many moving parts with this, and Capitol Corps at this point in time, their efforts are to find funding for our water project. And as you pointed out, there are two options, north or south, and I think we all know in reality which one is the project that we're leaning toward. So I guess in terms of, I know the banking project is different from the importation project, but I don't know, it seems like we kind of have to let the process work itself out with the groundwater authority on the import project. I don't know that we could concurrently go talk to LA about banking and be looking at a import project involving the aqueduct. I'm just lacking a sense for direction here. How to proceed.
I'm not. What I'm advocating is we keep the lines of communication open. They're the ones that approached us back in 2008. We put a project together they liked. They stopped it. And since then, we've had some conversation. I don't know who knows who at the LADWP. I don't know whether Chuck Krieger knows some people, or Jim Worth, or you, or someone we can just talk to them and say, hey, we haven't dropped this off the board yet. It's still something we like to consider to partner with you on as a water district in the LADWP, not the GA in the LADWP. And say, we want to make sure that if we proceed, trying to work whatever angle it may be, that you're still in on it. I mean, if they say absolutely not, we want to do banking period ever, then we're pretty much done. But if they say, our goals are still the same, what they've told you before, then it leaves that door open. I don't want to slam that door. It's part of that puzzle. And again, I want to keep water exportation and trade out of that discussion. I want to do it strictly as banking. I know banking won't give us everything we need. In some years it might, in some years it may give us nothing. But it gets that infrastructure in place.
Well, I think, Ron, you said, quote, they stopped it, but I don't think it was their technical / staff people. I think it was their board of directors. So, we need to keep those communications open.
I guess that's the direction, is just keep the communications open. Maybe there is some contacts that you can make, or Chuck can make, or somebody can make, to say, is it still a feasible project if we find a way to satisfy what their needs are? And if you're either going to get a yes, yeah, we're still open to it. If you can work this issue out, then we proceed.
Well, I've met, representing the water district only, I've met with David Pettijohn at LADWP twice, and Chuck Krieger went with me one time. So then aside from that, there's been a third meeting with David, with the groundwater authority staff, Stetson staff, as well as Capitol Corps staff. So the first two meetings obviously were with water district specifically in discussing banking. The third meeting with the GA was more importation project. So that's the only contact I've had directly with LADWP. And I don't know if Chuck has any others. I'm not sure if, I believe David still works there, but I know he's considering or close to retirement. So. But,
yeah, I think Dave Pettijohn is still there, Don. The other folks that we dealt with back in 2008 and 2009, I think they're retired. I know they're retired now. So Pettijohn is really, I think, the senior statesman that we've had the connection with.
What's your recommendation, Chuck? Should we just touch base with him one more time to see if this is still viable? We're talking the water district sort of re-upping the water banking project that's been proposed in the past and strictly talk about it as water banking. Is it worth touching base with them again, and are we able to, or are we going to make someone angry, or, what do you recommend?
No, I think that they're perfectly willing to meet and talk with us. I don't think we're going to get anybody's nose bent out of shape, or they're not going to get insulted. For 20 plus years, they've met with district representatives and discussed options, and I don't personally see the downside to meeting again, if for no other reason, just put a name with a face. If Pettyjohn has a lieutenant in there that will then be taking over this stuff, so we maintain that personal connection. And I don't think a meeting or a touch base kind of thing. It's not a big deal. We're not preparing a report or anything else. It's a short and inexpensive thing to do, I think. And I would do it just to make sure that they always have handsome Mr. Zadiba in their mind when they're thinking of Indian Wells.
Something else I don't know that we've done, but I think that we won't be able to move forward unless we do, and that is to have a conversation with people from Inyo and Mono County as well. If we don't include them in these conversations, they're going to think we're working behind their back, and they might have something in mind that we can work towards that would convince Los Angeles, which has stated it wants a win-win situation with the counties to the north before they proceed with the project. And if we just focus on LADWP and not the northern neighbors, then we're not going to make any progress. So I think we need to start a dialogue with them. They can tell us with their hands how much they love the idea, but we need to include them.
Yeah, but and I agree. If anybody knows what will make it a win for them, it's them. Yeah. So why not ask them what will make this a win for you?
Absolutely.
And certainly not contacting them. I agree. They're going to think we're going behind their backs.
Well, they already know that we're talking about water banking. They have in the past, they have now. So I don't think we're going behind their backs by moving ahead with Chuck recommended and Don just touching base again, seeing what's available. No. But obviously you can't move anywhere until they're involved.
Right.
We know that.
I think we're all in violent agreement again.
Yeah. Until they're happy.
I think we ought to move on.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to will serve policy review, A4. Who wants to start that off? Jim?
Me?
Who are you?
Did you fall out of your chair?
He's probably having lunch delivered.
No lunch being delivered. This is something that's been. I talked to Don and Ron about this. I know we're taking a look right now. The will serve letter from the district is a. Right now, it's primarily a ministerial act. Somebody comes in and requests a will serve letter, and to the extent that we have the facilities to serve that property, and it doesn't create any adverse impacts to the district facilities, and we go ahead and issue the will serve letter. In light of everything that has been going on with respect to the groundwater authority, as well as some of the additional costs and requirements that are going to be, I believe, placed on the district, we're trying to reevaluate and see what options that might be out there available to address requests for new water service. Unfortunately, because of a lot of stuff that's been going on right now with the GA, we haven't made a lot of progress on this to date. But the direction is to go ahead and take a look at our will serve policy and see if there's ways that we can improve it in light of what's going on today in the valley with respect to water supplies and fees and matters such as that. That's really all I have right now for that.
Okay. Does Renee have something? Oh,
What are you doing up there?
No, he turned on,
I think,
there it's on.
Is that how, oh, is it on now? Okay, good.
David,
No, I thought Jim
sorry.
summarized it really well, the whole process and why this came up. I think until we really know how the GA fees are going to affect the district, then maybe we don't really know how we're going to change this process and what extra fees we might charge developers in the future. I think that's where we're going with this. I think other districts do that. They have some kind of connection fee or, I don't know, imported water fee or something like that to offset their water use. And that's laid out in the will serve letter that they receive that says, you're going to be charged this fee or that fee and that fee when you connect. We don't have that now. We're not adjudicated or anything like that, so we don't have any kind of process for charging extra fees than what we would normally charge. It's in our current sales and service policy manual. So what's in your packet is what's in the sales and service policy manual for will serve letters. This was changed at one point because of the Solar Millennium Project, if you remember that, and how much money the district spent on consultant fees, attorney fees in evaluating that project and what it would take to serve them and et cetera, and what kind of agreement we'd have to have. And so what was added in here is for projects requiring extensive review and consultation, the developer will pay all costs to district engineering staff or engineering consultants, legal counsel, et cetera, et cetera. So otherwise, we normally just charge a $25 fee for the letter. And then a lot of times it is just for single family homes. It's, not usually for tracts, but if it's for a tract, we do require the concept plan fee to be paid also. And we take a look at the entire project and the effect it would have on our system. So
I think what I was looking at or thinking about was something that was a lot broader than what you're stating. What we've been told is the GA is telling us that we have got, we're pumping more water than we have allocated. Every time we increase water pumping, that means that we're increasing the cost to all of our existing pumpers. And we need to take that into consideration. I'm not saying how. I think that's what Jim should be looking at. We can't arbitrarily just keep pumping more and more and more water and have to pump more replenishment water as a result, thereby raising costs to everybody again. I don't know what our options are, and of course that's what we're asking Jim to tell us. What are our options? What is legal? What are the legal options? Because right now we're already pumping or assuming we're pumping around 2,117 acres of augmented water. That's about a third of the total we pump. When it gets up to be a half, obviously everybody's fees keep going up. At least that would be today. 5 years from now we may have another water source that's cheap, and in that case that's great. But we shouldn't be considering will serve letters just indiscriminately pushing up the cost to everybody without knowing how it's going to impact everybody else. So I'm looking for a broader input in terms of what the will serve should be, could be, what is legal, what are the options, etc. And I would also like to repeat that I've said before, is my feeling is not considering where we are, that the will serve letters from now on should be signed by our general manager as opposed to anybody at a lower level. Nothing personal. I just want the general manager in charge of the will serve. He has a broader perspective of what's going on. Even if it might require a policy change, so be it, fine. I think till we get out of the current situation where the Navy is saying, not the Navy, the GA is saying, we're pumping a lot more water than we've got. We need to be a little bit more careful about how we are willing to put that out.
You know, it's a fine line to walk with that. First of all, as far as signatures go, I still think engineering needs to sign off on it, because it's all about the project and what's going on. You can see the costs in here. Whether the general manager signs it, and I suppose that's okay. I think that's an internal procedure if they want to work on it. But we have to watch very carefully what we're doing with the will serve policy, because, you know, it's basically, it implies one-time costs. And how do we apply those one-time costs, and what are they used for, and how do you distribute the cost of new water within that? I don't know the answer to that. I agree, it's a broad question, but we also have to watch how it affects the cost of development, because, you know, if we're not careful, then all of a sudden we're affecting the cost of development becomes extreme, and you have no development. So it's a fine little line to walk here. I agree it needs to be looked at. I think that it's something the city needs to know that we're looking at, because we could easily say, hey, we're going to make sure that we're going to add $50,000 anybody who wants to build anything. Of course, I'm not saying that's a number. I'm just making the number up. And all of a sudden, no one wants to develop here. And that hurts the city. It hurts everybody. So, you know, I think we need to understand where that's headed. I agree, Stan. I think we ought to look at some other will serves or that type of issue that's occurring in other areas where they have the same type of problems we have, and what type of money they're collecting and what they're using it for. Because I'm sure that's the legal part of what the document is, what money you collect and how it's used. And I'd like to know that, yeah.
Right. No, I agree. And that's why we've got our legal people looking. And in my mind, there's an issue of how we're going to get our additional water supply. If the city is willing to help us through providing wastewater, then we'll have sufficient water that we don't have to worry about constraining anything, adding fees to anybody, etc. I mean, we all want the town to develop.
Is that a bargaining chip you're talking about there?
But hey, man, I've got friends that would dearly love to see this town grow. But on the other hand, we have a responsibility to protect the current ratepayers. And my feeling is that it's not just our job. The city needs to do its share. And if we can solve our current, maybe not the 10, 20, 30-year problem, if we can solve the current problem that we have of overuse of water and not having allocated water by using wastewater or something like that, let's see if the city can't help.
Okay, I think that Jim Worth's got some direction on this to find us some options, talk to other people and how they enact their will serve letters. I think that we give them a little bit more time to come back to us with some options. I don't know if anybody else has anything else to say on that.
Understood. I understand the scope, and that's consistent with what my understanding was, what Stan had said.
Okay, I think we're going to go ahead and go to the last one, and A, which will be a detailed discussion of equability of allocation table of excess Navy water included in the Prop 218 notice mailed out recently.
Director Cordell, I know that they brought lunch in. Do you want to, this conversation might go on a while. Did you want to maybe take a break, get a bite to eat, and then come back? Because once you go through this, then it's down to the reports by the staff and recommendations, which I'm sure won't be nearly as long. So the question is, we can either go through this one and then break for lunch. It's going to be up to you, or not.
Well, we can go ahead and do that. I was ready for lunch at A1, so go ahead and go to 5.
How long do you want to give us?
Well, we should probably do 30 minutes.
30? 20.
25. You guys asked me.
We got lunch right here.
Okay.
We're not going anywhere.
Yeah, they brought
Let's go ahead and do it. We'll shoot for 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Okay. Can you reconvene at, I don't have the correct
time. Yeah, what time, so that the folks on the line can come back?
Be 12:40.
12:40? Okay.
We're going to call this meeting back to order again. And we're going to start off with A5, detailed discussion on equability an allocation of water table of excess Navy water, included in the Prop 18 notice mailed out recently. Thank you. Who's going to speak to that?
Oh, Chuck, were you going to ask for public comment on the last?
Oh, yes, we do have to bring that back. Did we have any, on the will serve policy review, did we have any public comment? Or is the public still out there? Yeah. Anybody? Anyone? Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to number 5 then. Detailed discussion equitability of allocation table of excess Navy water included in the Prop 18 notice mailed out recently. And that would be the notice that we got last week, or most people got them last week.
What I'd like to do is make sure his comments are made. I'm going to make note of the board's comments and concerns. I want those, so let loose, Dan. Yeah, you know.
Okay.
President
I'll
Cordell?
be glad to go
Hold it.
This is Jim Worth.
Yeah, Jim.
I note that your live stream on YouTube looks like it has expired. It ends when you guys pretty much are going into at your lunch, and I just wanted to make sure that there were still members of the public on, that they weren't somehow disconnected if the live stream went off. So you might want to ask if there's any public out there.
Gary just said to remind the public, if they can hear us, refresh your browser is all you need to do.
There's a browser coming in. Okay, I think that, okay, we got public coming in now. Okay, sounds good.
You want to repeat that, Chuck, what he said?
Yeah, if you refresh your browser, you should be able to hear or see us now. Let me comb my hair.
And he said the people watching us have said it's okay. They've called in.
Yeah, everything's cool.
Except
You
for
can go ahead
Jim,
and
of
call
course.
in. Jim, we know you can hear us and see us. Okay, we're going to go ahead and try number 5 one more time. And did you want to start that off, Stan? Or
I would be happy to.
I thought so.
I've looked at this chart, and the first thing I noticed is there is no non-de minimis line. There's a small mutuals line, but a small mutual would be non-de minimis, but not necessarily the other way around. So my feeling is it needs another line. Not a big deal, but it's a start. Okay. There needs to be another column, as far as I'm concerned.
Hang on 1 second, Stan. Repeat that, please.
I just said small mutuals by definition are non-de minimis.
Right. But the reverse is not true. A small mutual is non-de minimis, but there can be non-de minimis pumpers, single party wells that are non-de minimis that are not mutuals.
There could be shared wells, yes.
Or non-shared wells. A single well that pumps over 2 acre-feet or has a commercial implication is non-de minimis. It doesn't have to be a mutual or a small mutual. Okay. Item number 2, I think we need a new column indicating housing units for each pumping group. I don't care where you put the column, but in order to equitably figure out who should be getting what allocation, you have to know how many housing units are associated with any pumping group. In theory, the Navy is saying they are allocating or allowing us to use this for their workforce, and their workforce implies residential, and that implies housing units. So we need to have the number of housing units associated with each group. If you look at the Indian Wells Valley Water District, it has been allocated something less than 0.4 acre-feet per housing unit served. That is, if you look at our total allocation, divide by the total number of residential housing units, it's about 0.4 acre-feet. If you look at the de minimis pumper allocation, based upon the fact that the county can only find 122 housing units, they are allocated 6.5 acre-feet per housing unit. Now, legally, they can only pump 2 acre-feet, but the allocation of 800 acres and 122 housing units, they don't need that high an allocation. My opinion is the de minimis pumpers should have the same allocation per housing unit as a water district. If we're being given 0.4 acre-feet per housing unit, then the de minimis user should have 0.4. The non-de minimis pumpers, again, it doesn't have to be a mutual, but non-de minimis pumpers should have the same allocation per housing unit as the water district. And lo and behold, the small mutuals should have the same allocation per housing unit as the water district. I don't know how many pumps, how many wells, or how many housing units are in that small mutuals line, but they should not be allocated more water per acre per housing unit than the water district. The city of Ridgecrest is an industrial user. This is not a matter of allocating rights. It's a matter of allocating Navy workforce water. The city supports no Navy workforce housing units. They deserve no allocation. And they currently, based upon the data the last data I got, said that last year they used 115 acre-feet. Somehow they got allocated 373 when they were only using 115. I don't think that's equitable at all. And Kern County is an industrial user. They don't support any Navy workforce housing units. They should get no allocation. And that was actually all I had.
Thank you, Stan. That was great.
That's a good point. I mean, because a lot of concern
definitely
that I'm hearing from the public is, number one, is who decided who gets which the carryover, and how was that decided? And I honestly don't have an answer for that. I can't say that. Yeah, Jim, let's put it, maybe you got the answer, Jim.
The city of Ridgecrest and Kern County are both overlying landowners, so they are treated differently than Inyo Kern. The theory is they're overlying landowners. You're not able to prescript against a public agency, and that's why they got their full allocation.
Yeah, I guess I would just like to remind everybody that according to the GA, this is not a matter of rights. The GA is not allowed to allocate rights. There is no such thing as rights. It's a matter of Navy excess water allocation. So for the same reason that Searles Valley Minerals didn't get any, I'm assuming it was because they're an industrial user or whatever. I guess I don't care. It's a matter of allocation, Navy excess water. It's not a matter of water rights. The GA is not doing an adjudication.
Which is a good point. You're right. It's a distribution of the Navy carryover. And I don't know who proclaimed that it goes where it goes, and I don't understand it. I'm not saying it's not right. I just don't understand it.
I am.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I am.
They might have a legal explanation that they can.
Well,
they can,
if they do,
can
they better
argue.
say what it is.
Yeah, but I'm saying that I don't understand it, and I don't agree with it either, because the question is Trona DM, what's the DM stand for? It's the
Domestic mutual.
Domestic, Trona domestic. For instance, they're not even getting to vote on this thing, first of all, because they're outside of our basin, and they're being allocated a certain amount of the Navy carryover, and I would have to question how many Navy personnel live in Trona. So I think that was said earlier. In your current CSD, they're getting all their allotment, if that's what you want to call it, and all the small mutuals are. Now, I'm not saying that. When you talk about affordability, if the $2,000 thing was to pass, you start putting that kind of money on even these small ones, and that could be backbreaking. There's no doubt about it. But you're right, Stan, because it's been stated a number of times that except for the Navy and de minimis users, that all pumpers besides that will share in the cost of augmented.
Yeah.
It's been stated. Yeah. So.
But then it goes on to state, and I don't have the document in front of me, that they do that statement is within the report, and then it goes on to further state that, in essence, Inyo, Small, and Trona are exempt by the Navy use carryover distribution because they've been allocated their entire estimated pumping. So there's no need for them to bring in an augmented water supply. That's why they're not subject to the fee.
Well, that's because they got the portion of carryover from the Navy.
No, actually, it's not from the Navy. It's the Navy's excess water
usage,
that they got from the GA, who's not supposed to be adjudicating water.
Yeah.
And nobody is determining water rights here.
I think that's been stated a number of times. We don't feel we are. It's just how the water is being divided up, if you want. The carryover is being divided up. How were those decisions made? Stan might have a point here. Maybe since the Navy amount required is based on what they consider off-base support, and I think County Council made it clear that we can't include anything that supports those people, such as the hospital or the stores or anything else. I think he made an argument that you can't include the water used by the services that support the people that are here on the base. So it's strictly the water is being allocated to support those people that don't live on the base, that live out here, that support the base.
Right.
So you make a very good point there, Stan.
And without knowing how many housing units there are in each one of these pumping groups, no way to tell what's equitable.
So the basic question is, how is this division made and why?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one's explained that.
Yeah. Exactly.
And it doesn't look equitable at all to our ratepayers.
And when you keep in mind that with Searles Valley Minerals, with their potential litigation based on how much they have how much water allocation or rights, I'll call it rights, that they have prior to the Navy establishment in 1943, I suppose, that means a substantial amount of that 2413 they're having may move up to us as a water district.
Yeah,
in fact, that's where it will go.
Yeah, and then our 0.4 acre feet per housing unit goes down even further.
Yeah.
So without an understanding of how many housing units there are, and of course the de minimis wells, that's totally non-understandable. We've only found 122. The county's only got 122.
Do you know how they got to that 800? That's basically the Todd report came out, and they said, okay, and correct me if I'm wrong now, what they said is, we know that there's this many residences in your current area that are outside of the district, and we know, and we can identify those that are hooked to mutuals or the CSD. So by default, those residences that aren't hooked to those things have to have some kind of de minimis well. That's how that number was derived at.
Yeah. But again,
and I don't know there's a better way to do it.
But it's still a matter of de minimis is kind of by definition, it's 2 acre feet per year. There's no reason for any well pumping without a fee 2 acre feet per year when we are getting less than 0.4. acre-feet per year. It's our job not to worry about the GA. Our job is to worry about our ratepayers.
That's right.
Thank you,
I
Stan.
agree-
That was,
I agree
couple
wholeheartedly.
Good points there.
Yep.
Okay, we don't have any public comment on this section here, but is there any other things from the board? Anybody want to bring anything else up? I think Ron and Stan covered most of everything I wanted to hear, and more, but it was good. It was good. Yeah.
Thanks, Chuck.
Okay. We're good.
There we go.
All right, go ahead and send them through.
I can't hear anything.
It's coming.
No.
Go ahead and state your name.
Yes, this is Mike Neal. Okay, since we're talking about fairness here in this allocation table, first I'd like to point out that it's beyond unbelievable for me to sit here as a member of the public, someone who's going to get impacted with these huge fees, to hear a member of the GA board say he doesn't know where this allocation table came from. If this item was not publicly debated thoroughly, and the numbers arrived at in the presence of the public at some point in time, then what I'd have to say simply about this table is not only is it completely unfair, it doesn't even legally exist properly, and therefore the replenishment fee and the pumping fees are invalid, because if we just let unknown persons, I mean literally what's been said is unknown persons created this table. That's really ridiculous to even have to hear, and extremely disheartening. If that situation isn't righted and a table is not formulated in front of the public over at least one or two meetings, then we should throw the whole approach we're taking out the window right now. It's just not acceptable. The other thing that's never been discussed, maybe even brought up except possibly once, is, of course, the GA and their unknown persons who formulated this table simply took the Navy's word about having these Federal Reserve water rights and, that they're going to be nice guys and let us use what they're not using. Never was brought out, I don't believe, or it's certainly pointed out to me by some other persons, that this isn't even really a base per se. The DOD rents their land from the BLM. Now, how they get Federal Reserve water rights by occupying rented land is totally beyond me. So this whole approach of the Navy owns it all, and we're going to let you little worker bees have, the rest of what we don't say we need, is unfounded, basically, altogether. And the only real fair way to come up with a water allocation table is simply to say, well, we need this much augmented water, and figure out how much each entity, including the Navy, is pumping each year, and portion out the cost of that proportionally to each particular user. And therefore, your small pumpers, they don't pay a lot, and the bigger pumpers, they pay a lot. And, the water district would pay a lot, but they distribute it out to their users. That's the only really actual fair way to go about this. So the whole approach completely from ground up needs to be changed on this thing.
Well, there's no basis whatsoever
May I respond?
for the table.
Go ahead, Jim.
I just want to say that this chart was developed through staff, and there may not be any, but that's where it came from. It's been out for some time now, and it has been before the PAC and the TAC. So, to say that we're just seeing this for the first time, I'm not sure that's accurate. We have seen this before. We have discussed this before. So it's not just a piece of paper that appeared out of thin air. And I just wanted to make that point.
Has the PAC or the TAC actually met in the last 2 or 3 months?
No, but I think they've
I
had it for
don't
some
believe so.
time. This has been around for some time, Stan. I can't tell you the exact date, but it has been around. And Don, you're part of the PAC.
Yeah,
It looks like
this table was presented to the PAC, I recall, because I know that some of the agricultural operations were concerned that they weren't represented on this table.
And I'm looking right now if I can tell you the date. It could even be as far back as last year.
I'm sure it was, because I don't think there's been a PAC or TAC meeting this year at all.
So I believe it was somewhere around October of 2019 when this initially came out and was presented to the PAC and the TAC. So that's my response.
We're not bound by the PAC or the TAC. Our job is to worry about our ratepayers and the equitability of this table to our ratepayers. I appreciate what you're saying.
Stan,
I'm not sure it makes any difference.
I'm not arguing or disagreeing with you. I was just trying to make sure to keep the facts straight.
Okay.
This is an informative meeting for all of us up here. I've learned several things today too, myself, and I thank everybody for bringing up what they have and enlightening us on things that we may have missed. But we're here to listen to people and the board, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and continue on this meeting. Any other questions? Okay, we got a call waiting. Go ahead and bring her through. Okay, could you state your name and address for the board?
It's Judy again. And my question is for Stan. You mentioned for the water district homeowner, it was 0.4. And my question for you is, did you take out all the homeowners as opposed to the schools and the commercial that the water district also serves?
Stan?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Wants to know how you derive the allocation
At 0.4.
of 0.4.
Oh,
The schools, the hospitals, the businesses.
No, I took the 4,390 acre feet of allocation, and I believe I divided by 11,200 or a number like that, which I think is the number of residential hookups that we have. I don't exactly remember which numbers I used, but it's real close to it's definitely the 4,390, and the question is how many hookups did I use? I think I used 11,200. I don't have my calculator with me here, but that would be it. I used residential hookups, or that's what I was trying to use, eliminating all of the commercial hookups. Obviously, if it's more, then that just means that our allocation per housing unit would be going down, not up.
Yeah, the easiest comparison might be to try to do it on a per capita basis, but you have to know what the population was for the de minimis well owners and all of that.
I think Jason has a number.
10,975.
Okay. Did that answer any questions, Judy?
But it's not going to change the number much from the 0.4. And my feeling, again, is if the water district is only allocated, again, we're talking about workforce individuals, the rest of these numbers seem just very arbitrary. 800. That's a number between 700 and 900, or 500 and 1,000. They were too lazy to go out and actually figure out how many there were, so they guessed. Come on. If that's all the better they can do, I'm sorry, Todd report I wasn't impressed with the first time. You can use the same, the CSD may be currently using 102, and it may be that, that they aren't using more than 0.4 acre feet per, I don't know. They may be under as well. Who knows? And Trona, they may actually have more housing units than would be justified at 0.4 as well. I don't know. Somebody should know.
It's not
the
a hard
people
number.
that made out this table should know.
It's not a hard number to get, Stan. I'm sure from the Trona Domestic, we can call the water company down and say, how many hookups do you have? The same thing with the
yeah.
Same thing with the Unicurrent CSD.
Well, it's just
how many hookups do you have?
Yeah, it's
Well,
you talk about due diligence, and then there's no due diligence, or no diligence. Period. We need to know where the numbers came from, and what they mean relative to how many housing units are being served.
Am I still on the line?
Yes, you are. Or I can hear you. Judy?
We can hear you, Judy.
Okay, she's kind of on the line. Say something, Judy.
You were on the line.
It's some sort of interference. You can hear it in the background, but it's not coming out.
Don't whisper.
We're losing.
Okay, I think we lost Judy.
Well, she can call back.
She can call back in. Let's go ahead and get to the next one. Any other discussion on this? Let's go ahead and go to B, General Manager Goals and Priorities.
I think his goal is to end this meeting by 1:15.
Hey, it's 1:15. Is that what you meant?
Okay, in your packet, you have the goals that we established back in January for 2020. And the red text that you see are the updates. So we'll just go through these as we normally do during these workshops. The first category is conservation, and I'll go through those with you. First one was the 213 gallons per capita per day or less to meet the state goal of 20% reduction in production by 2020. We're in 2020. We met that goal actually a few years back, and we've continued to meet it each year, and you can see the results there. And last year it was 149 gallons per capita per day. Again, this goal actually was replaced. This dated back to Governor Schwarzenegger when he was in office. So actually the new goal is kind of expressed in the third goal that we have, and I'll cover that in just a minute. Excuse me. The second one, achieve a cumulative monthly 20% reduction in consumption compared to the baseline year that DWR has established in 2013 prior to the drought. So since June of 2016, when this board decided to voluntarily adopt a 20% conservation target, even though we qualified by DWR standard or state board standards for 0%, we felt it was the prudent thing to do was to keep pushing for conservation. You can see since that time we're at 22.9%. As I pointed out in the last board meeting, we actually, the last 3 months, which surprisingly, we've exceeded 30% decrease compared to 2013, which during the summer months especially, that's pretty remarkable. The third one, stay engaged with the state as the indoor and outdoor components of the district's conservation targets are developed. In particular, advocate for a variance to account for evaporative cooler consumption on the indoor component. This is part of the Making Water Conservation a California Way of Life, which was Executive Order 837/16. And the new conservation targets were resulting from a pair of legislative bills, SB 606 and AB 1668. As you can see, this budget for each water district supposed to be implemented by 2022. I, for the last couple of years, had been in contact with Dave Bolin with Aqua. Dave was the legislative person from Aqua that was involved with these types of issues. Dave retired earlier this year, and I kind of lost my advocate, if you will. I've been talking to him about evaporative cooler use. We've been exchanging data. And I did have a web meeting with Michael Cervantes with Aqua a couple of weeks ago. And I asked him if there had been somebody else appointed to take over Dave's role. And he put me in contact with Chelsea Haynes. I did reach out to her. As you can see in here, I sent an email to her on June 30th, and as of July 7th, there was no response. But she did reach out to me after that. There are a few committees that are looking at variances. She did say in her email that the outdoor component things have kind of slowed down on this legislation because of the coronavirus. Now, Renee was contacted by, was it Eagle Aerial? I think it was the company. Eagle Aerial is the contractor that's been through the state is going to be doing the aerial surveys. And I think, did they say they had 80% of them? 80% done. They're going to be doing our area sometime soon. I don't think they gave a firm date. But they were going to reach out to us when they do come to our area. So, go ahead.
They did. Microphone.
Should be on.
Is it on? Okay. They didn't say anything about reaching out when they're going to be in our area, but they did say that they would have data to us for review by the end of the year.
And of course, like any good consultant, they have a software that they're offering that that would allow us to. It's a little bit. I don't want to use the word. Well, it's a little concerning if you remember the public, but they sent screenshots of what they can do, and literally they can take a photograph of a neighborhood, and if people are using more water on their landscaping than should be based on the goal, it shows up in red. So you talk about Big Brother watching. Yeah, but when I saw that screenshot, I thought, oh, this is going to go over too well with customers, I'm sure. But anyway, so that part is they are actively working on the outdoor component. There are, I believe, 8 potential variances that are being considered for the indoor component, and one of those is evaporative coolers. As I said, Chelsea indicated there are some committees that are looking at these, and I indicated that I would be willing to work with them on these committees going forward. So that's where we're at with that. The Cash for Grass, as you can see, we did, I think we have a pretty successful program. Didn't spend all the money. I think part of the issue with it was if you were going to replace your turf anyway, I think it was a good program, but I don't think there was incentive enough for people to consider it that wanted to cover the whole cost, because of what we offered, obviously, in some cases, didn't even pay for removal of the turf. Yeah, $1 per square foot. And we did expand that program to include commercial up to 10,000 square feet, and I think we only had one person take advantage of that. That was a little bit disappointing, but I think the results were good. We did, as you can see, the total $200,894 roughly was paid out. So that took out almost 202,000 square feet of turf. So I do think the program was good. Unfortunately, like I said, we didn't, it wasn't for lack of marketing it and making it available. Again, I think it was just a matter of people saying, well, if I was going to do it, here's a way I can get a little bit extra money to pay for it. But as a motivation to do it, just for the sake of to cover all the costs, this wasn't adequate. So that program is complete. Exploring opportunities for additional grant funding available to support effective conservation programs, smart timers, evaporative cooler replacement. We've talked about that in board meetings. We did have the presentation that Director Cordell arranged for. We do continue to look for grant funding. But as far as the following through on the evaporative coolers, I mean, we had the presentation. There's really nothing at this point in time that we're actively working on with regards to that. I think that covers conservation. You want to take comments through each section, or you want to wait till the end?
Renee, you want to say something?
You got the next section.
Oh, you're going for the next section? Okay.
Do you want to take comments on conservation first?
Yeah, let's go ahead and take some.
Is there any been indication from, because I've
We have a blue and a red light up there, so I don't know what that means.
I talked with Mick at the county and asked
Somebody's
him,
thinking
are they
about
considering
calling in.
mandating air? Okay, I talked with Mick and way back about possibility of the county mandating air conditioning versus swamp cooling because of us out here. So I mean that's something that we could still advocate for, especially in light of that new homes being built are supposed to have solar on them anyway. So based on that fact, I think that the county could make a move to say we just mandate the fact that when you're in this area you have to have air conditioning. I don't know if they can, but I think it's one way to say. But as I think that Chuck, you've even said, and I think I've heard it from a couple contractors that there hasn't been a home or anything built out there in the last 5 or 6 years with swamp cooling.
Very few now. I'm saying that at least 85 to 90% of all homes being built are with air conditioning now.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Because we have had a raise in humidity in the July and August months, and
yeah,
people are just going to AC because of the discomfort. So
I think there's no harm in any of us when we see Mick and talk to him or anyone come in and say, hey, why don't you consider this? I think it's important for us.
Just mention it doesn't have a direct impact on the water district, but through the Prop 1 grant that the Groundwater Authority secured, there was money for, I'm sure you're aware, the severely disadvantaged communities. So one of those programs was a water rebate program for water efficient devices. WaterWise, I think the contract was signed July 6th. One of the things that rebate program covers is evaporative coolers, efficient evaporative coolers. So again, it doesn't affect the water district directly, but basin-wide,
right.
We're looking at, in the New Kern area and the Trona area, offering rebates to people for replacing old, inefficient evaporative coolers.
okay. You want to give us an update on projects?
We'll move on to capital improvements. Water supply improvement project, the project that we're finishing up that is Well 35. And we're in the midst of construction right now of the pumping plant. There was some delay due to COVID-19, of course. So the original contract completion date was in October. It's now been moved to November. And the contractor there's moving right along with that project. Let's see. Mainline construction projects. We put a hold on a lot of our capital projects such as that just because we are going through the process of updating our general plan. And that's slated to be done in September. So once we have that new plan, then we'll have a new list of priorities for capital projects. And Ty, if you want to do AMI, or let's leave it till the end. How about I'll front this just, and he could do AMI and then finance. Bulk water station compliance. As you know, we did build the new bulk water station, and then we were requested to do some upgrades for ADA compliance. So we did reveal the new design and reviewed it with bulk haulers. Unfortunately, we had to do it via WebEx meeting on July 8th, and we did answer their questions that they had, and our ADA compliance specialist was on that call also. So at this point, it's just a matter of getting the new construction scheduled. We have to decide whether we're going to use in-house staff for some or all of it. We might contract some of it out. We haven't really made that decision yet. Post-earthquake repairs. There's only a few items left that we're still working on. Everything that has been finished has been submitted to Cal OES for reimbursement. The only one that we haven't been reimbursed for yet is Well 10. but it has been approved, so we're just waiting for that check to come in the mail. The Gateway Booster workaround pipeline is in progress right now. That contract was awarded a couple months ago. And then the booster station itself is in the design phase. And then there's the building at the C-Zone tank booster building that needs seismic upgrades, and that's in the final design phase and getting those contract documents completed with Cornerstone Engineering. And the 2 tanks that were damaged, we decided not to fix because of their age and the fact that they're bolted tanks. So we're going to work that in, and Krieger and Stewart's working on a plan right now. We've got those 2 tanks, plus we also already had in our schedule for 2 new tanks that we need. So if we can bundle them all together in a project, we'll get some, economy of scale for those projects. That's the plan.
Good deal. Mr. Ty.
All right, still on the CIP, we have the AMI project, which, as I reported earlier this month at the board meeting, is complete. All the registers are installed, the collectors have been installed, and WaterSmart was live as of the 1st of June. So, any questions on that? We move on to finance. The first goal we had was for the SB 998 implementation. That was what required notices in 6 additional languages, as well as some other changes we had to make in the late fee schedule. So those were completed in February of 2020. Evaluating migrating Springbrook to the cloud. That's still in progress. Working on that. Everything that entails, and seeing still if it's worth it or not. So that's in progress. The unclaimed check policy we have, we have developed that. It's ready for attorney review, but as he's been busy with GSA and it's not a high priority get this done right now type of policy, we've kind of been waiting for some of the GSA stuff to slow down if that ever happens. The last one is review of the vehicle replacement policy and plan. The board just approved purchase of a couple new vehicles this last board meeting, but we're working on an actual plan that lays out the schedule for the next 5 to 10 years so that we know exactly where we're going and how many vehicles to budget for replacement each year. But still in progress.
Ron, do you have something? You want to say something, Ron?
No questions.
Oh, okay. They said you had a question. Okay, Renee.
All right, we'll go over to engineering. You're going to make me start clearing my throat. Okay, bidding documents and replacement of temporary pavement. Okay. Yeah, that's an ongoing yearly item, of course, our pavement replacement project. And we did award the new contract back in November to OnStot, and they did get started on that work back in March. So that's ongoing. Here's a project that's been really fun. We purchased some land a couple years ago out in the Garlock area. With the intention of establishing what I was told at the time I had to do, which is a bank, a land bank, for those times when we have projects that will disturb land occupied with habitat for the desert tortoise or the Mojave ground squirrel. In the past, we always have to, give some land away in order to take some land. So I was told that I had to go through this land banking process. It took a while to try to figure out how to do it. No one seemed to have done it. And so when I finally got the point where I submitted what they called a prospectus, a draft prospectus to them, and they took a look at it, and they decided, and we paid them a fee to look at it. And they then decided, actually, that's not the process you need to be doing. So And they said, well, actually, you can do what you did last time, which was 15, 20 years ago, and establish a land endowment. And there's no fee for that. But we don't have any forms, and we really am not sure how you're supposed to go about doing that. So, so then they said, well, just use the same process for the land bank. And they did actually refund the fee we paid them, which was a miracle. So there's really no guidelines. So I'm still working with them on that. I wish they would give me some feedback on what I submitted. They did not. They just kind of said to work off of that. So I'm going to try to just beef it up and, and then submit it again and see what happens. So we just want to have that established for the district going into the future. It'll probably last us a good 20 or 30 years, at least for future projects. 160 acres. We have about 30 acres left in the last endowment that we established. So that's where we are with that. The general plan, I think I mentioned, that's in progress right now. Targeting September for completion on that project. Mainline extension procedures, permits. We are using the permit system, but I still need to work on the guidelines for mainline extensions for developers and things like that. So I'm hopefully in these next few months I can get to that as maybe things slow down a little bit in other projects. But it is on my to-do list for sure.
I just have a quick question about this endowment. What is the going rate? In other words, if we're developing 1 acre, how much acreage do we have to give up?
It's usually 3.
So it's 1 to 3 now?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. I know it used to be 1 to 2. It's now 1 to 3. Okay.
Yeah, 1 to 3.
All right.
Operations, the filter effluent pumps for the arsenic plants. As you guys remember from the board meetings, the stainless steel pumps that were originally stainless steel have been repaired and were installed. That brought both plants back online. And we are awaiting the delivery still of the stainless steel pumps that were formerly Scotch coat, brass. They were supposed to be here on the week of the 10th. It was delayed, and they should be here next week. And then once those are here, we'll install them and get to work on the next, which is 2 and 3, the RFQ for SCADA and the site security hardware. That's all one project now. So we have a Zoom meeting going over the final screens with ATSI on Tuesday, July 28th. And the factory acceptance test, which was supposed to be next week, got delayed because of the delay of the pumps. Running both pumps at the same time is something that we're including in the new SCADA system to take some of the wear off the pumps themselves. And so that's going to be August 10th and 11th now. Rebuild or replace chemical pumps for the arsenic plants and inspecting the reclaim pumps at the arsenic plants is going to be something we'll do in this off season. If you remember, after the earthquake, we had some of the sludge go through the reclaim pumps, and we're going to inspect those for damage. Installation of automatic valve controls for wells 33, 18, 30, and 31. We're working with Krieger and Stewart on design to have the electric controls for those installed. And so we are currently sending them single line diagrams, and they'll work from those. Renee talked about the bulk water station. Currently they have 90% drawings, and the soonest we could probably get to work on that would be October of this year. Rebuilding the Bowman PRV, that's also somewhat included with the SCADA. We need to have them complete the control side of it, and then from there we can design the new PRV. Media loss in the arsenic plants. Now that they're back online, we'll reach out to Filtronics again and hopefully schedule a visit for them, so they want to be able to see it while it's running. And then finally, the clay valve preventative maintenance program is something that continues. We do that every off season.
No questions for Jason. Okay. Okay, we're going to go to the next one.
Right, administration, personnel, and HR. First one's the goal, which we have every year, of having a perfect safety record. And as you know, we didn't quite make that already. We did go, I mean, it's noteworthy, we went almost 5.5 years without a recordable injury, and I don't want to diminish that. But we did have that injury that occurred June 17th, and so far we're continuing to go towards another record, hopefully. But we do have a good safety program, and it's mentioned in there all the things that we do, the various inspections and equipment, regular inspections, and we continue to do those. Relationships with stakeholders at all levels. We did, with everything going on, I guess we determined that the value of that weekly meeting between engineering, operations, maintenance, CFO, that we are having other meetings, and I think the goal, the communications, we don't want to have meetings if we don't need to have meetings. And I think we just determined that meeting was one that we probably didn't have the best value of, so we've discontinued that for now. I do continue to meet with the city manager on a every other month basis, or more frequent if needed. The next one's scheduled for August. The new MOU, that was approved by the board in July of 2019, and we had one outstanding item, which was that pepper issue. That ended up taking quite a while to resolve that, but we finally came to resolution. We established a new plan with Mutual America that became effective May 1st for those employees that were affected by this issue. So the MOU has been amended accordingly, and I look forward to the next one in another couple of years. That was a bit of sarcasm.
I understand that.
Number 4, participation in the Groundwater Authority. As you know, we do participate not only as representatives on the board, but our staff, Water District staff, between Ty, Diana, Lauren, myself, April. We're contributing quite a bit of services to the GA. The board has directed the Groundwater Authority staff to begin the process of recruiting a general manager position, whether that be an individual or a company. There's a brochure put together with the help of the county that's been posted on the Groundwater Authority's website, and I have posted it on the Aqua website as well. I haven't been able to find any place that will do it for free. The prices I found anywhere from $150 to almost $500 for 30 days to 60 days. And Groundwater Authority finances are such that we have to be careful when we're spending the money. We did go to Aqua. I figured that would probably be one of the better resources to use. It was the most expensive, but that should be on there by now. I think I contacted them on Monday. They said within 2 days it would be up on and posted on their site. And as it say here, we do have Tim Parker continues to be on the TAC. I continue to be on the PAC. And as we mentioned earlier, there haven't been any meetings, but documents are still distributed to the PAC and TAC for their review and comments, although not meeting formally. They are being engaged on in the documents that are being produced for consideration of the board. Number 5, stay active in the Aqua outreach efforts. It's noted here we've won the outreach award for Area 7 for the last 5 of the 7 years. Hopefully we can continue to bring that trophy home this year. So we're working on that. Outreach program to keep customers and residents informed about issues related to water and water district business. That's of importance to them. Facebook is really key to that. Depending on the posting, you get some lukewarm reaction to some that are really. I think when we closed the office most recently, I believe there were over 13,000 views of that. So when we need to get word out regarding something specific to the water district, again, depending on what that is and the level of interest it draws, it's a good and effective communication tool. We had intentions of being at the annual Home and Leisure Show, but because of the coronavirus, it's this was in March. They talked about putting it off until fall. I don't even know if that's going to come about the way things are going now. Petroglyph Festival, I really don't see that happening in November unless something changes dramatically. Large gatherings like that, I think, are going to be difficult to put on. Last one, or number 7, assessing the current staff and responsibilities to ensure effectiveness of the organization and the critical functions have trained in effective backups. Just recently, we brought to the board realignment within the maintenance departments and the actually field services, the water supply, all 3 departments. We created that new MRC tech position and a new water supply tech position. The MRC tech position in particular addressed an issue that we've had for quite a while, and that's having a backup for welding skills. That was one of the requirements of the job, so that addressed that lack of backup there. And we do have a person that we are cross-training now on the IT function. They're interested in learning more about that, and Jason's been working with them. So we're getting more skill build up in that, with that discipline. One thing we have talked about is looking at engineering department and realigning it potentially. That's still on the table. But other than that, I think we're making good progress with those things. I think there were a couple more. Let me see. I keep flipping to the wrong page. Okay, I got it. Number 8, the required sexual harassment training from SB 1343. As of December, all employees and board members have been trained, so we are in compliance with that requirement. Thank you, board. Number 9, submit quarterly GM columns, and I've done that since I've been on with the district. I have done a couple of columns this year so far in March. I did the one entitled Waste Not, Want Not, and just last month did one on Water Smart called WaterWise with Water Smart. So continue to do those on a quarterly basis. 10, update the records retention policy. That policy was adopted in July 2003. It's recently been updated and provided to Jim for review. And so we're waiting. I think we're still, the board approved it in May. That's right, it's marked complete. Okay, never mind. And lastly, we have long-range planning goals to cover. Brackish water study. We did have a web meeting yesterday. Project is, in some sense, reached a crossroads. There have been a number of constraints put on the project. When it first started, the Navy was an active participant. They withdrew a couple of years ago their involvement. Ideally, if we were to do a project and had no boundaries, we'd be doing a project on the base. The base had concerns about potential subsidence as a result of doing a brackish study pumping on the base. I believe their concerns were more with the airfield and the snort track. So we were basically told that do it outside the base, prove that there's not going to be a subsidence, and we might consider allowing it onto the base. So if you look at data which shows where the brackish water is, the best brackish water is on the base. So that was a challenge. The only other area we could find, and it wasn't ideal in terms of the TDS, would be the northernmost agricultural area. That area is marginal in terms of the TDS requirement. But there are also constraints in doing aquifer testing, finding wells and finding willing participants to allow use of those wells to do the aquifer test to get aquifer parameters to modify the model. There's some issues with I shouldn't say issues, but with the DRI model, when we ran scenarios, especially up in that northern area, it's so close to the edge of the model, the boundary of the model, that it doesn't give what we feel are accurate results. So we've made note of the number of issues, brought them to the attention of DWR. Actually, it's probably been a couple of months ago now with a call with them to update them on what we've done and the results we've seen so far. When we had that call, there was a commitment to get back to us within a relatively short period of time with comments, because you've heard the analogy before. She said it was like taking a drink from a fire hose. All the data that was presented was kind of overwhelmed her, and she wanted to take some time to look at it more closely and come back with some comments. But we haven't heard back from them yet, and it's been probably a couple of months. But after our call yesterday, we feel like we need to talk to DWR and decide where we're going to go with this. I think we're dealing with public money, and to spend the money on something that we may not be doing under the most ideal conditions that we would like to, probably isn't something we want to do. We think it's still a good project if we could, do it under the conditions that, like I said, where we could select an area where there's good brackish water, where we could do the aquifer testing that we needed to do and had cooperation there. So it's just we're kind of at a crossroads. We need to have a conference call with DWR, and that's going to be scheduled. We'll kind of get their input on what they want to see happen here. There's also one thing that the group wanted to do was to drill a well that we could use for this test, and the cost of that well ranged from something like $250,000 to about $850,000, depending on the estimates we got. So we're going to approach DWR, maybe reallocating some of the money within the grant to drill a well, if that could be done. So anyway, that's where we are with that. I think it's still a good project. I think it's something that needs to be done within the basin. But again, unless you can do it under the optimal conditions, it seems like it may not be something worth pursuing at this time. 2, work within the framework of the Groundwater Authority to communicate with LADWP on potential water banking. Gosh, we just talked about that not that long ago. So I get the sense from the board that we want to start opening up communication again with them. I'll talk to Chuck Krieger. I think Chuck got off the call, but I'll talk to him. Maybe we go down once again and just knock on their door and just tell them we're still around.
Yeah. Reintroduce yourself.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to knock on the door once in a while, I guess, as long as they open it up.
Andy let you out.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're doing with coronavirus as far as that getting into who's working in there. We'll have to find out and see what we can do. Number 3, investigate alternatives to meet the district's current and future pumping needs while minimizing reliance on imported water to the extent possible. And this has to do, of course, with trying to work with the city in negotiating terms or access to the water from the wastewater treatment plant. And we had that discussion already, and we are certainly continuing to be engaged in that conversation. Explore opportunities for district assets in Inyo County. We did renew the standstill agreement. The current standstill agreement was an extension that expires the end of this year. We have renewed it with the option that was in the most recent one. There's an option to extend it through December 2022, so that's been extended. And along the same lines, we did extend the lease with Mr. Summers for the Butterworth Ranch to continue to do his farming up there through the same time period, December 2022. Participation in Stanford Groundwater Architecture Project. That's coming to a close. I believe we've been meeting twice a year, usually April and October, for the last couple of years up at Palo Alto, Stanford. And that project is, again, as I said, coming to a close. They anticipate having one more meeting in October. All 3 basins, as I've said before, have already been flown. The data is in different stages of being processed and evaluated. Stanford's doing what they call a kind of a water data quality analysis to see where there may be some need for improvement. But there'll be a report coming out following that, the conclusion of the study. Again, the purpose of this ultimately was to look at mapping the entire state using the aerial electromagnetic geophysical tools that SkyTem provides. And again, the project was co-funded by the Department of Water Resources, State Water Resources Control Board, the Kingdom of Denmark, and then the 3 basins that were selected to participate in the study. So the state is involved in this to the tune of, I think, close to $600,000. So they probably wouldn't invest that money if they didn't think there's a good use of that data that's collected. And again, they want to map, the goal would be to map the entire state, establish data management systems for the entire state, and develop a hydrological models for each of the basins in the state. And it's a pretty aggressive goal, but something that needs to be done to improve our ability to manage groundwater within the state of California. I think there's just a couple more. Or no, I guess that's it.
That's it. I have a quick question on the Stanford Gap project. When it's all done, is there going to be some kind of presentation, what the final product looks like? Because I know that it's a database and you can click on wells and see what's on. I understand that it's basically a model that we can look at. Is it something that we could do a presentation on and then explain to the people who are interested? And I would hope that a bunch of people in the community would be, what it means to us to have that.
I think that could be arranged, sure.
Yeah. When it's finally done and it's all set, it would be nice if we have some kind of presentation to show us in the community what we've accomplished.
The state is really, the last couple of years, and maybe partly driven by this, is trying to basically have one source where you can go to for all the data, like, again, using Denmark as the model. Anybody in the public can go to a website, the government website, and click on a well, get all the information, the well logs, any information pertaining to that well. They can have access to all the maps and everything. And I think California wants to move in that direction as well, because in the past everything was kind of disjointed. You could find one thing here, one thing over here, but to get everything together into one source, one place, was challenging. But they're moving in that direction, and it's good to see them doing that.
Okay. We'll go ahead and go on with item C.
Yep, just a second. Could we go back to category of administration, personnel, and HR for a second?
Sure.
And look at item number 4. Having to do with the GA. It's very sort of general. It's very vanilla, and it really doesn't give you a lot of direction or guidance with regard to what really we want you to do. Based upon our discussion today and the replenishment project, what is your understanding what the board feels and wants to have done?
The note I took during that discussion was that the board wanted to look at a single use of that water rather than the irrigation and the replenishment. So we would be in contact with Krieger and Stewart and focus on just the replenishment.
I'm sorry. I misled you a little bit. With regard to the recycling, I think it's what you're talking about, and that's correct. I'm talking about the replenishment, GA replenishment report, and the thing that's going to be voted on the 21st of this next month.
What is my direction, or the direction to the representative of the board?
Well, both. Well, we'll get to him when we get to the director's things. But for right now, what do you think is the board's direction or guidance with regard to what needs to be done with regard to the GA, and in particular the replenishment fee? Or maybe we should actually start by asking, is there anybody on the board that feels that the replenishment fee as it's currently written is fair or equitable to the water district ratepayers?
Yeah, I think that's where you need to bring it, is to the board, because I thought you were talking to Don about what does he feel is his responsibility is continuing in the role that they have as administration for the GA. And that's a simple answer. If someone doesn't get hired, the water district's done at the end of the year. They're finished. They've done enough over there. They've put in so much time and effort. But if you're looking about what the board wants to do on a replenishment fee, I think it's pretty obvious that the way that it's written and the gaps and the questions that haven't been answered need to be answered. On top of all that, how we're going to hold the meeting for so the first thing, obviously, is the request that we move this until we can meet face-to-face with the public. Yeah, I know we agreed on that.
Yes.
It's a question
Right.
that's
We all agree on that.
And as far as when it comes to replenishment fee itself, I've made note of all the questions and concerns that this board has, and I think that we're all on the same table with this. I mean,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that, and that's the right answer. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well, that's the answer I wanted. Whether it's right or not is. However, now, is there anything that we want our staff to do in terms of facilitating what we want to do and where we want to go? And that may not actually be this item number 4, because that's more of a generalized thing of
Right,
how it's going to help.
That's back on replenishment fee discussion.
But getting back to the replenishment fee, I think each one of us on our individually will do what we can, but what is it that we want the staff to do? And that would be, I guess, primarily Don and Jim, to try to implement the policy that we think needs to be.
I think that's what's going to happen, and Don typically does. Whenever we have these discussions, he makes his notes and he takes them back to the staff meetings and say, here's the concerns, because we know that people are going to know what we've talked about here. So he takes those into the staff meeting, and I would assume that Jim does as well. In fact, I know that he does. When they sit and listen to these things and hear what we're talking about, and I see Don taking copious notes, and I know that he does this, that he'll take those concerns back to the staff meeting. And I think we made our concerns.
I'm sorry, you talk about the GA staff meeting.
Yeah, the GA staff meeting. I think we made ourselves pretty clear what our concerns are on a number of areas. And those will be brought up at the GA meeting by myself as well. So whether he can lay a groundwork at the staff level for answering some of these questions, it just depends on how the staff accepts it. Don't forget, he doesn't control the staff. They discuss it as a group, and he makes it aware of it. So what it does, it helps prepare, I guess you can say, the staff prepares their constituents, their parts that are up here, for what to expect from us.
Okay.
And that's it. I think I made it pretty clear what I felt about this.
Yeah. No, and I appreciate.
Yeah, and I don't know that if any change is going to take place, it's going to be how I could present any kind of an argument.
Yeah. Well, there's no criteria. They can't. Until they have a criteria and it's equitable for us. This thing is just totally off base. One other thing that I think needs to be resolved is I've been corresponding with Mr. Worth regarding de minimis wells and whether they can be monitored, controlled, and feed. And I've personally looked, not being a lawyer, it's hard to look through some of that crap, but nonetheless, I can find absolutely nothing that would indicate that once we have a GSP, that de minimis wells is any different than any other well. And I think we need to come to an understanding on our board because it makes a big difference on the allocation of the water. And we need to come to a conclusion on that. And if other GSAs are controlling, monitoring, and putting fees on de minimis wells, we jolly well better be able to as well. Either that or we need to contact the attorneys that are working for the other GSAs and find out what do they know that we don't. Because it's not fair to our ratepayers to allow, we really don't want all of our citizens in the city to go move out into the country because they know they can drill a well and they can pump 2 acre-feet of water every year. We're encouraging more domestic wells when, quite frankly, our goal had better be to reduce the number of wells, if possible, by having them join mutuals and do like what we're doing with the 2 existing mutuals that we're trying to absorb. We want to reduce the number of wells that might go dry. So there's absolutely nothing that's benefiting anybody by not pulling the minimus wells into everybody else's wells.
Yeah, and that's right. I think, and part of the general plan was to see where there's areas that we can get piping to that can absorb those if we need to.
Yeah, but de minimis wells are not going to want to join with mutuals or our system if it means they go from 2 acre, get free 2 acre-feet of water a year, 0.4. And if once they join, they're stuck with 0.4. And by the way, we also have to share that 0.4 with all of the commercial. I mean, that's not figured in there. The commercial gets, I think it was 16, not 26. It was 14 or 15, but still, that has to be shared with the commercial.
And keep in mind, if this fails, either through protest or a vote on the board, that everyone needs to be prepared for what's the next step. How do we straighten out these issues and how do we handle them?
Agreed, but it shouldn't have gotten this far.
Yeah, and let's...
Should not have gotten this far. I agree with Jim Worth.
Yeah.
Is that this probably has been out there, and we just, it didn't become important until it became exactly. You got money, and
exactly.
And it's sad that it didn't, but it didn't.
Yeah. And keep in mind that in the voting process, the city has a big say in this as well. And I don't know what they're thinking or where they're headed with this.
Mm-hmm.
But if it was to fail, what I don't want to happen is have everyone on the board say, I'm done, I'm out of here, we're going nowhere, let's the state take over. What we need to be able to do is sit down intelligibly and come up with a solution that is palatable and works for this community. Because we got to have a solution.
Oh, absolutely.
There's no doubt about it.
And the city needs to work with us.
Yes, city needs to work with us.
And I don't see any evidence of that at this point.
Who's?
That's your microphone.
Hello? Yes, so there are people in the city who can make their voice heard, even if they can't send in a letter to the Groundwater Authority. They could contact their representatives on the city council and express their unhappiness, because the city does have a vote. And they will be affected whether they own land or not, and they should contact their city council people.
And Stan, you're right. The way that is written and what it does to the water district, ratepayers in the water district, and how it's put together, there's a lot of questions, unanswered things, data that isn't there, why this and why that need to be asked, and it's going to be asked.
Yeah.
Okay, there's no doubt about it.
But to add to what David just said is, if you're a renter and you're paying the water bill, you can sign a protest.
Yes, you can.
If you're a renter and you're not paying the water bill, your rent's going to go up. So contact your city council person.
I'd like clarification from that statement by Jim. Jim, is that true that if I'm a renter in say a 10-unit apartment and I pay my own water bill, that I get a vote, or just the property owner?
It says renters.
Are you there, Jim?
I suspect there's only one.
And what it says is there is one vote per parcel of land. So if you had a parcel of land with 10 renters, that doesn't give you the ability to post 10 protests. Generally it's the landowner or an interested or impacted person, and that is somebody that would be responsible for the fee. So if they're paying the water bill, then they would be able to submit a protest.
So there's still only one vote.
It's just one vote per parcel.
So
There could be 20 apartments on it, all the individual meters.
The renter or the owner can protest, but not vote.
That's right.
And I suspect that if you've got 10, it's going to the landowner probably.
Yeah.
But it's one per parcel, one vote per parcel.
Okay. We're going to move on to item C now. Board of Directors goals and priorities. Stan?
Probably could have guessed that my goal over the next 4 weeks, I've already filled out 6 protest votes. Haven't mailed them in yet, but I'm going to encourage everybody I can. My feeling is that it's not equitable, it's premature. Waiting 2 months or 3 months or 4 months to figure out where we are, what we're doing, what it means, is not going to disrupt anything. And we shouldn't be even voting. Shouldn't have gotten this far, but now that it is, we got to kill it so that we can go back and figure it out right. And so I'm going to do everything I can to try to get this thing killed.
I appreciate that. Okay, David?
I would like to see, except in the event that our general manager graciously decides to extend his contract a few more decades.
Decades?
I'm sorry, years. I'd like to see some movement towards identifying a replacement and then getting them trained up.
That's a very good point.
Yeah,
Yes.
not that the general manager isn't
Good point.
already busier than he could possibly be without bursting into flames, but that is something I would like to see.
Well, he has burst into flames, you just never
You
see it.
pat him out, unless, of course, he's willing graciously to extend his contract a few more years. Decades.
Not going to get any more gray hair.
I won't care in decades.
The only other thing I would like to say is I'd like to continue to try to pursue conversations with our neighbors to the north and see if we can't find some common ground.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, Don?
I think this has been a good, informative meeting, and I have nothing new to add.
Okay. Thank you. Ron?
Goals, obviously, I think that the goal for acquiring that effluent from the city for our use and planning that project to get that hopefully 2,000 plus acre feet for the benefit of our district is I think one of my primary
Absolutely.
goals, and to keep pushing that.
Great.
The second goal is to continue, to try to steer the direction of the GA into projects that are affordable by this valley, affordable by the people here, but still meet our requirements. And that's the tough one, because I'm one person on there and all I can do, and that's why I appreciate the comments from all of you, and I kept notes on all of it because it helps me with any argument that I may have. And I wish I could say I have more, but that's sort of where all the effort is going right now. And that's about it. Thank you.
Okay. Would it help? I know Ron's expressing our thoughts down to the T. Would it help if we did a board letter and all signed it and sent it to the GA also?
I don't know the answer to that. I think the fact that as long as I'm expressing what this board feels, and I've always said that when it comes to this issue, this large cost towards our ratepayers, that I was always going to bring it to the board and follow their direction and whatever agreement may be and how we need to head. So I don't think it's any surprise there, Chuck. And to be honest with you, I think we could try a letter. I don't think it's not going to be any difference being read into to public comment than what I say. But if you think a letter would help, if you got any ideas, I'm not sure what it would say exactly, because there's so many issues. There's so many issues we're dealing with. If you, break it down into some very basic ones, we could. But I'd prefer that I just present this to the GA on my own, and then try to make a good argument for holding this thing off.
Well, I think Ron's doing an excellent job as our rep on that GA board, but I do like your idea of a letter signed by all board of director members of the water district. I think, in my opinion, that carries some weight with it.
I'm not insinuating Ron's not doing us a good job, because I know that he is. One of the main reasons is after the last thing got approved through the GA, I didn't get that many calls, but I probably got a dozen calls wanting to know what the heck our board did, why we voted for it, and because they had assumed that it was the augmented water vote is what they were looking at. And that would be my main reason to write this letter, to just so people know where we do stand as a group, and we all feel the same way.
You bring up something very interesting, because, of course, I got lots of stuff about that, too.
Yeah.
And I want to say something about that. When you're basically negotiating with 5 other people about what you can get and what you can't get. Number one is, what the staff and myself, is I'm the one that insisted that we take it back and get that price down, which they did. So the next step was to say, how can we go ahead and remove a particular cost from there, which is the city attorney costs. And so the only way that was going to happen was for, okay, the fee happens with the agreement that the staff continues to look at that, and we come back, and I intend to come back to remove some of those costs. So that's why it happened like it did, because it was going to pass anyway. I can tell you that. And it may have passed at 225. Okay? So it's all a negotiation. It's all an understanding between the board members. And by doing that, I'm hoping that we can take some of those costs out of there and shorten the time that we're paying that. So keep in mind that is why. I mean, I could have easily made the motion with those caveats and then voted no on everything as well.
Yeah.
But how does that sort of look? I don't know. Maybe it didn't matter. But it was going to pass with or without.
Yeah, it didn't
But
matter.
I needed to make sure that we had the opportunity to continue to look at that and shorten the time that we're going to have to pay it and keep it down at 105. So that was, I'm glad you brought that up, because it's something I wanted to bring up earlier. But as far as the letter goes, I mean, I have no problem. I'm not sure who's going to write it or how it's going to be written. It probably shouldn't be written by me, since I'm the representative. Don, I don't know if you put something together.
I don't know if you're up to another letter or not, Don, but
I don't know.
You know how we all feel about it.
So if you're going to produce a letter, just mailing it to the GA would be helpful, but not as impactful as it could be. You should courtesy copy the local media with the letter as well, both papers and the
probably
radio
really do
stations.
that and the GA, but I think that it should go to everybody also.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
Facebook,
most of the comments came from Facebook.
Yeah.
We all know how we feel about that replenishment fee,
Yes.
but when I talk to people, I say you need to ask the right questions, talk to the right people, get a feeling for what you think it is, and make your best decision. Okay, there may be some people out there who aren't going to protest because they think it's a good decision, but they need to make their own decision. And I think our community is intelligent enough to step up to the plate and do what they need to do now that we're out there. And don't forget, I'm the one that pushed very hard to get this into our board meeting, to this meeting, everywhere else, because the more we get into the public, the more we get them to understand and ask the questions. And so that's the purpose, in my opinion, of that. This was the number one thing on here. I requested this so we can get the information that we're able to get out there, because all this has been talked about in public one way or another. There's nothing here that we broke any confidentiality or anything. All this has been talked about. I just want to get out there the understanding of what we're doing and why we're doing it, and let people make their best decision. We all know how the board feels. I know how, I've forgotten a lot of people, I know exactly how they feel.
Yes.
But they need to make their own decision.
Well, I think David's idea, though, send a copy to each of the newspapers as a quote letter to the editor or whatever, very much will let people know what position this board is taking on the subject.
And that we are serious about it.
I could do that
along with Ron.
I could do that verbally at the GA. I mean, obviously that's what's going to be going on. But,
You could,
I think,
but I don't think it'll have the impact of that many citizens really hearing it and seeing it and thinking about it as letters would.
People don't listen to the board. I mean, who tunes in to listen to the board?
13 people, I think, today.
It needs to be.
Is that with us?
It needs to be spread
All I
as
want to
well
know
as we
is
can
I'd like
across
to
all
get the
media
opinion
we
of
can get a hold
Don and
I agree with
and
David.
Jim
We
Worth
need
on
to go
this
ahead
because
and do that.
I don't want, let's just say that an argument could be made of all the things we're requesting and asking for. Let's say I'm able, I doubt it, but I could try pretty good, but if I can. What in my opinion, that letter going out, especially before that meeting, would dash any of those hopes. So, I mean, it's possible that I can make a good argument saying, hey, this should happen, this should happen, this should happen, and who knows what they may say, maybe we ought to go ahead. Maybe I convince the right people on the board to move it down the line so we can evaluate it better. But if this letter goes out, as you propose, there's a good chance that I might as well not say anything because they've got their mind made up. It doesn't give me the opportunity to negotiate.
The matrix needs to be changed.
Yes.
I don't see how there is can be any discussion on, which means that it's going to have to get modified in the engineer's report, and it's going to have to go out with another notice for a protest vote. It can't just be changed and say, okay, we're voting on a different thing now. No, what we're voting on, and it's going to come up on the 21st, is what was in that package. And that package doesn't appear that anybody knows where it came from, so therefore it's going to have to get changed to be equitable, and there's no way that at this point in time it can be changed for the vote.
And I have no problem with the letter going out that says because of these particular reasons, we feel that this is not met its goal, or whatever, how you ever want to word it. But I think saying we're voting no on it, we're voting no on it, we're voting no on it, is not. I have no problem with the letter stating the issues we came up with today of why we feel it's inadequate. The Water District, after its discussion,
you're
feels...
just saying you don't want it to say we're going to vote no.
Yeah, I just want to say, here's why we say it's inadequate.
Okay, here are all the multitude of issues.
Right, yeah. And it'll be obvious.
Why we probably cannot support it.
That's it. Support,
Okay.
yeah, however you want to say it.
We still expect you to fight for us
Yeah.
at the meeting, regardless.
Because
So-
those particular issues, whatever gets into the letter, are issues we've spoken about here, which are my responsibility to bring up to the GA board. These are concerns that we have. Will that letter make it easier for me because I'll have them listed in front of me instead of on all my notes here. And how we put that together, Don, I guess what we would do is you and I sit and go through our notes and highlight those bullet points along with Jim and
I think that's the way it should be. Ron, I don't care if you write the letter. It doesn't matter. I mean, write the letter yourself. We'll sign it.
I could work with Director Kaczynski. I was going to suggest before you said that directors just send me bullets, just what key talking points. I can compile them in a letter and then send it out to you to proofread. But if you want to work with me, also.
I'll be glad to work with you. I got all kinds of spare time now.
Would that address your concerns about publication of the letter prior to the meeting?
If there's the same concerns I'm bringing forward, all it's going to do is open up the conversation.
Okay.
So long as we hold it to the concerns that I would be bringing forward anyway.
As opposed to saying, no way, no how.
Yeah, no way,
I'm fine
no
with
how.
that, absolutely.
Yeah, because obviously
Okay.
when those concerns are there, it gives them the opportunity to say, well, you're right, we probably need to look at this. Okay, well, let's move it down the road until January then.
A call for a postponement. I think that's all right. I don't want you, if you feel there's a significant chance of
And then let's see
of winning your argument for postponement without putting a letter out, I don't want to interfere with that.
What the letter's doing is doing me a favor.
Okay.
It's itemizing those things that we've discussed that I have here anyway, and it makes it pretty clear cut what I'm going to talk about. Right. What it does do, it prepares people, for what their response may be, and we know what we're talking
Now we're in agreement again.
Yeah.
Right.
Our general manager periodically writes articles for the newspaper.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any reason why something very similar to that couldn't go out in one of Don's, saying, we've had a lot of discussion among the board. Here's what our concerns are.
I think the letter.
Go ahead and think through this and make your own decision, but this is what the board is feeling.
I would say the answer to your question is no, there's not a reason why Don couldn't do that, but I think it is more significant if it is a letter from the board of directors signed by each of the board of directors.
I'm not saying in place of.
Okay.
I'm saying in addition.
In addition to.
Politically, it probably would be prudent for Don to stay out of it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He writes things that have to do with water safety and water wise, and I was going to recommend maybe he wants to do one about, everyone keeps talking, I'm getting a lot of conversation about what do our rates look like with other payers in Southern California, which we know that the agent that put together the bond for us did an analysis as well. We got that chart. And maybe it'd be interesting to do an article about where we rank in terms of water costs with other places in Southern California to encourage people.
It's very difficult to get an apples for apples comparison.
It's not as hard as you think. I've done a lot of work on this, and and if it's being used for determining whether you get a bond or not, I think it came from them. But that's just a suggestion. But I'm just saying that Don should stay out of those political issues.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
And that'll be a different letter. So let's go ahead and continue on with what we're doing here. So did you have anything, Ron?
No, just pursuing the effluent from the wastewater treatment plant. We need to work on it really hard, and I feel very, very strongly about water banking and how we need to make that happen, including David's suggestion. We open up conversations again, or the best we can, with the neighbors to the north.
Whatever we can do, yes. I agree with everything everybody's basically said. I want to get not disassociated with, but I want to get all of our employees back to the water district and make the GA be self-sufficient. That's very high on my list. And trying to postpone this vote on August 21st. And other than that, those are the two priorities I have, and hopefully one or all will get done. So, where are we? What is D?
Prioritize projects and goals, develop action plans.
Would that be for Don?
Recap of priorities and plan of action.
Are we talking about reviewing what you have here, Don, and changing it? I think you guys are doing fine with that.
Well, if you want, I can go through the notes I took and the specific actions that I gathered from those comments. With regard to the first agenda item under A, the fees, need to take a closer look at what is involved in dollars, what are the specific costs, break that down. So we'll work through staff to get that for you. And this doesn't have to do specifically with that topic, but I picked up on some of the comments you've made about holding future meetings for the Water District Board here. I'll contact Rika. Gary seemed to think there would be a conflict with a committee meeting on that Monday night. What do you call it? Proposition V, I think it was, something like that. There's a meeting on Monday night.
They've actually canceled 9 out of 10 of their committee meetings in the last 3 months.
You mentioned that. I'll check and find out. Let's see what else. Under item 2, let's see. I mentioned already, board preferred a single project rather than multiple projects for the recycled water, the treated water, and focus Krieger and Stewart on the replenishment portion of that project, to focus on that. Let's see. The LADWP, to re-engage with LADWP, just knock on their door, let them know we're still around. Jim's going to be looking more into with regard to the will serve policy, what legal options do we have for adding fees or such to our will serve notices, and also with regards to looking at other districts to see what kind of fees they add or what requirements they put on new development. The allocation table. Director Torra wants to look at housing units per each group to get a better sense for how that's equitable. And then this letter that we talked about collaborating on to have the board sign.
Okay.
That sounds like enough.
And we need it by tomorrow morning. No?
It's a flex.
Oh, darn.
And I'm leaving town.
Well, I could travel with you. We can do it while you're.
Would you add the de minimis, the legal issues regarding the de minimis users to that? We need to get that settled.
Yeah.
And I really don't think it should be that difficult.
Yeah, I'm hoping the number of units isn't difficult either, because again, if you're looking at water connections, Trona knows that.
A
The
lot of
CSD
them
knows
should.
that.
Well,
We probably know from the mutuals already how many
And the
connections they have.
municipals
So
or
we
mutuals know
Yeah.
how many
Yeah,
they
I
have.
think we may have that information.
So most of that is pretty simple.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Mhm.
Okay. Anything else for Don's priorities? I think that was enough for you, wasn't it, Don? But everything's simple. Everything's simple that we told you though, Don, right? I said everything's simple that we gave you today. Okay. Let's go to E. I don't know. I think we've covered everything.
Yeah, that's the parking lot.
That's the, yeah, that's all meet in the parking lot and go home. Is that what E is? Yeah.
Okay.
No.
I don't have anything for that. I don't know if any of the other board members do or not.
No.
But,
I noticed you don't have a final closing comment from the board members on here, but I'd like to make one when you're ready.
I thought I already let you do that.
I want to say that this is probably, I've been to a number of workshops now. I know you have. I think this is one of the more valuable ones that we've had. It's you know, the impression that I got is that we got a lot of good information out there to the public, and we really brainstormed some ideas and got some direction. So, and I really appreciate Don's time and the time that his staff puts in and their staff. I think the water district deserves an attaboy for the condition of the water district, the financial condition, the way, and it happens because we do things like this. And with the workshop, you know, what we have here is informative and valuable, and they learn something, we all learn something, and I think that's the reason we have the district that we have, that is financially healthy and mechanically healthy, and continue to serve our public very well. And also I want to thank the city. I know we're probably going to pay for this. I'm sure we're going to get a bill, but I still want to thank the city for allowing it to happen. And Gary, you too. You know, your help is always appreciated.
Thank you, Gary.
I'd love to have that new system in next time, and you know, as quickly as it can. So that's all I want to say. And of course, thank all the board members and all the public, the 13 that watched and the maybe 4 or 5 that called in. Everything's appreciated. Thank you.
Ron, ask them where we park the truck.
Yeah, let me know when the old stuff's ready to pick up for junk. I'll take care of it.
I would kind of like to see that letter written probably by the first week of August, if at all possible. I know I can't write a letter, but the 2 people that can, I'd appreciate it by the first week of August, so we can at least do some circulation. That's a couple weeks.
Do you, would we have time if we brought it, what if we brought it to a board, the board for final approval and yes and sign and go?
That would be fine. That would be great,
That
yes.
gives us next week, Don.
I'd like to thank everybody also, and if there's no other board comments, anybody and staff want to say anything? Staff is great as usual.
I do have a couple things. I appreciate Ron's comments about leaving the door open for reducing the fee or reducing the time on that last increase in the pumping fee. But my feeling is that door has been open for 2 years, and I guess I would have preferred that we had voted no, just my personal feeling. On the venue here, this is beautiful. I also want to thank the city for allowing us to use this, and this has been great. I think it really helps the board communicate with the board, and that has been missing in the last 2, 3, I don't know, 4 months. Had been 4 months, has it? God, in any event, I think it's been, and I think this also helps the board communicate with the staff, and I think that's critical. And I think perhaps if we'd had more communications with the staff over the last 3 or 4 months, we wouldn't now be rushing to fix something that we shouldn't have to fix. And my feeling is that based upon the feedback I've had from the public, they feel like they're being ignored and left out. And the sooner we can get them down into these seats, I think when you lose the trust of the public, that's not good. We can't afford to lose the trust of the public, and we need to try to work getting that back. And lastly, I hate to sound real negative on everything, but I would have liked to have seen Tim Parker here today. I think he would have helped on a number of conversations. I don't know why he wasn't.
Tim was on watching, but he had another meeting he had to go to, I think about halfway through. He sent me a notice.
Okay. He is someone that I have an awful lot of respect for. The short time that I've known him and worked with him, I think we really need his involvement in a lot of these things. So the more we can use him, the better off we're going to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Any other comments whatsoever? Nada? Okay, we'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting. It is about 2:31.